And good morning and welcome to the Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for May 13th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act FOIP 41. So I'll call our meeting to order at 9:01. There's a long agenda ahead of us. Looking for a motion to adopt today's agenda. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking at the adoption of the regular meeting minutes from April 22nd, 2025. Any errors or omissions on those? If not, looking for a motion up. Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on now to the public hearing section. We have quite a few of them today, so we will start with the first one. I'll call this public hearing for application 07/25 to amend the land use bylaw. Application, 07/25. So I'll call this public hearing to order at 9:02. Now I'll explain the process. This is our first council meeting with public hearings where the public will participate both in person and via virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as this process will take longer than our past process as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether you're in favor of or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given maximum 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on Council YouTube channel, it is best to mute the YouTube and listen via the online meeting as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided and we will add you back into the meeting. Now the process. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every person, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or a member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be then read out. Then anyone who is present and in person and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. First, for in-person participants, and then to online participation. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. And before we turn this over to staff for the background report, we're going to quickly do a round of introductions.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Ward 7 and Reef.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Ward 5.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Mike Burton, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
And good morning, Quinn Murphy, here for the public hearing.
Good morning, Wendy Murphy, landowner, public hearing, attending.
Thank you, welcome. So now I'll ask Mr. Bisson, Senior Planner, to outline the background of this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. Quinn and Wendy Murphy currently hold title to Plan 1525423, Block 2, Lot 2, which is part of the Southeast 2635-5 west of the 5th, containing 251.18 acres. The subject land is located approximately 10 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicants have made application to redesignate 17.44 acres located in the southwest corner of the subject lands from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title to the 17.44 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 17.44 acre CRA parcel is described as being relatively flat with slight rolling variations but steep along the south property boundary. The proposed parcel contains a residence and barn. The applicants have indicated that the existing services include a water well and septic field. The vegetation on the proposed parcel is described as a mix of shrubs, tree stands, of pine, spruce, and some poplar. Access to the proposed parcel would be from an existing access off of Township Road 35-4, which is Crammond Road, adjacent to the south property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is flat, mostly cleared cropland. There is developed subdivision taken out of the south central portion of the quarter. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from an existing access off Township Road 35-4, adjacent to the south property boundary, and off Range Road 5-1, which is adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off a developed yard site. This will allow the applicants to continue farming the remainder of the quarter section while not having to look after an additional yard site. Surrounding land uses in the area are mostly agricultural with a few residential parcels. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicants are present to speak to the proposal. When it comes to planning direction, I know council is very familiar with planning's policies from the MDP and the land use bylaw, but perhaps I will highlight section 10.2.4 of the municipal development plan, which deals with the overall size of proposed parcels. The maximum parcel size is set out at 7 acres if it's a developed site, unless a larger parcel is deemed necessary to encompass existing residential amenities such as shelter belts, wastewater and water services, as well as driveways and into the proposed farmstead. I'll move on here to the policy considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 17.44 acre residential parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter. The applicant has proposed a larger area to be redesignated and subdivided simply due to the lay of the land and the location of the existing fence lines and shelter belts. By following the maximum allowable size outlined in the MDP, the landowners would be left with a 150-meter strip of what appears to be unfarmable land between the existing acreage and the proposed acreage. The applicants believe that the strip of land would be more conducive to the proposed parcel than the remainder of the quarter section. Legal and physical access exists to both the proposed parcel and the balance. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Administration has reviewed the history of the subject property. Subject property was consolidated with a majority of the Northeast 26-35-5 in 2015. Today, only 40.61 acres remain of the Northeast 26. A first residential parcel out subdivision was taken off of the Northeast 26 in 1992. The Southeast 26 contains 251.1 acres of land. The first parcel out subdivision was taken out of the Southeast 26 in 1980. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the Southeast 26-35-5 and would align with policy 10.2.2 of the MDP. At the regular council meeting held on March 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25-022. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25-022. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I'll now ask council if they have any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Meloff.
Can you please break down again how the boundary adjustment happened to create the parcel in the north? It's very confusing how you're basically looking at it as a half section, but then when you look at the subdivision, it's actually, you deal with it on a quarter section basis. So it's very confusing when you actually are cross-sectioning quarter sections with boundary lines.
Absolutely. So my understanding of what took place is the north half of, the northeast quarter was consolidated into the southeast quarter to create about a 251 acre parcel. However, there was 40.61 acres that remain of the Northeast 26, and that is that large parcel kind of in the the east central portion of the north half of the subject lands. Right below that, the first parcel is the first parcel out of the what was the Northeast 26. And then we go down below that, and in the south central portion of the subject lands, that is the first parcel out that was taken out of the Southeast 26 when they were separated. So in total, I mean, we're dealing with 320 acres. Technically, if we consider them as two quarter sections, they would be eligible for 3 titles out of both quarters. So in this case, I guess they could have a maximum of 6 titles there.
Okay, follow up?
Yes, please. Thank you, Reeve. What would trigger then an outline plan? As per, I can't remember which section of the MDP, but one of them triggers an outline plan. What triggers the outline plan?
So in this case, I would argue that both what's left of the Northeast 26 is eligible for one more title to come out of it. And the Southeast 26 is eligible for one more title, which is what's being dealt with here. Anything more than that would trigger an outline plan in the opinion of administration.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the development officer at this time? Okay, seeing none. I'll now ask Mr. Bisson to present any comments received from referral agencies.
Thank you. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure road widening will be requested at the time of subdivision. Fortis Alberta had no comments or concerns with the proposed land use amendment. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objections, and they indicated that they're the service provider in the area. TELUS Communications had no concerns with the proposed activities. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on April 16th. Based on policy, MPC recommends that Council consider not granting second and third reading to the subject land use amendment, number 7-25. The MPC provided the following reasons for their decision. The MPC recommends a 7-acre policy to meet policy, or a 25-acre policy, a 25-acre parcel, so there is not an arbitrary property boundary through lowland in the north, nor leaving the wasteland or wasteland to the east. The north property boundary should follow the natural boundary. It doesn't meet policy 10.2.4, and it doesn't meet the MDP policy for fragmented parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I will now invite applicants to speak to their proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any agency comments. You may speak. Yep.
Okay, to start, we'd like to thank the councillors, the Municipal Planning Commission, and the Planning Department for their efforts on this application. So we're here today regarding our land use amendment application. After discussion with MPC on their visit, we'd like council to consider an amendment to the original application. Our preference is to increase the proposed size from 17 acres to 25. The reason for the proposed increase is to extend the north boundary to include all the trees to the north of the residence. This would make for a square parcel with straight boundary lines. However, if the 25-acre option is not favorable, our next choice would be to proceed with the original 17 acres. If neither of these options were supported, we'd like to amend the application to the 7 acres, which is in line with the county bylaws. We'd like to note that a 7-acre parcel is very tight area for the residents and would see the north property boundary effectively cut off the edge of the lawn. Furthermore, it would require tree removal along the north and east boundary so that the boundary fence could be constructed. Benefits for allowing for the 25-acre parcel maximizes both the use and upkeep of the land, eliminates the creation of narrow swaths of land that would effectively be unusable, maintains a larger buffer zone between the residents and adjacent properties. The area of mature forest would be preserved. So in essence, the 25-acre parcel would be a continuation of the way the property has been used and occupied over the past 30+ years. We firmly believe that there would be no negative effect on traffic, neighbors, or agriculture use in the area.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I will now invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance in person at this meeting and wish to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none. I will now invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of the application. Again, seeing none. So before moving on, Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions in favor of this request?
One written submission was received from Lisa McQuiston, Southeast 35-35-5, west of the 5th, to Clearwater County Councillors. I am in full support of the above-mentioned land being subdivided to a larger parcel than is usually permitted in Clearwater County. I'm not opposed to aligning the parcel boundaries with the natural treed border or with the adjoining acreage. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now invite any member of the public who is in attendance in person at this meeting wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none, I will now invite any member of the public who is in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Again, seeing none. Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions received opposing this request?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. So now at this time, we're at the final remarks, and I will now invite the applicant to present any final remarks they wish. Okay.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. In closing, this land use amendment we are requesting is not a change in use in our opinion. It's simply the creation of a new land title. The residence already exists, and the boundaries that we would like to see approved are existing natural boundaries that tie in nicely with adjacent features while eliminating narrow swaths of unusable land. Our ultimate goal is getting an approved land use amendment for creation of the acreage, our hope being to get permission for the 25-acre parcel. However, if that is unacceptable to council, we would be happy to proceed with either the 17 or the 7-acre parcel, obviously the larger acreage being our preference. Regardless of size, establishing this as a separate title would not have a negative impact on neighbors. The size we are proposing is similar to other acreages in the area that have proven to fit well into the community and promote the rural way of life that should be synonymous with the Cramond area. Again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. So now at this time, I will close the hearing at 9:20 and no motions will be entertained at this time. Okay. I'm looking across to Mr. Emmons and understanding that we are many public hearings. Can we debate our second and third reading after we're done our timed events? Okay, thank you. So I'll just confirm. So we're going to move on to our second public hearing then, and we'll return to this a little later in the meeting. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Would you like us to stick around for it?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. So we'll move on to item 4.2, which is the public hearing for bylaw 25/028, application 11/25. So I'll call the public hearing to order at 9:21. This is our first council meeting with public hearings where the public will participate both in person and via virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as this process will take longer than our past process as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor of or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is best that you mute the YouTube channel and listen via the online meeting as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back the number that was provided and we'll add you back into the meeting. Now to outline the process, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when it's told their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out, and then anyone who is present and in person whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online to ask anyone participating virtually, would they like to speak in favor of the application? Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first the in-person participants and then the online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before we go into the background report, let's do another round of introductions, please.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division of Ward 7, and Reeve and Councillor.
Good morning, George Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning, Mike Burton, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Heather Thompson, here to support my cousin Dwight Oliver.
And good morning, I'm Dwight Oliver, applicant.
Thank you for coming. So with that, I will ask Mr. Besson to outline the background of this application, please.
All right, thank you, Reeve Swanson. Dwight, Lauren, and Michael Oliver currently hold title to the Southwest 23-36-6 west of the 5th, containing 152.27 acres of land. The subject land is located directly northeast of the hamlet of Caroline, Dwight Oliver has made application on behalf of all of the landowners to redesignate 14.14 acres located in the northern portion of the quarter section from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with a subdivision process to create separate title to the 14.14 acre CRA parcel. The proposed undeveloped 14.14 acre parcel is described as being relatively flat land and cleared land. The proposed parcel is larger than the maximum allowable size. However, the parcel is created by a natural seasonal drainage that fragments the proposed parcel from the remainder of the quarter section. The natural drainage channel would be should be registered as environmental reserve easement, which would encompass approximately 6 acres of the proposed parcel, leaving 8.14 acres of developable land within the proposed parcel. Access to the parcel can be obtained from existing access off of Range Road 6-2, adjacent to the west property boundary. The remainder of the quarter section is relatively flat agricultural land. There is a cluster of trees in the southwest corner, along with a shelter belt row following the south, east, and west property boundaries. There is a developed subdivision taken out of the west central portion of the quarter. Access to the remainder of the quarter section will be obtained from a proposed new access off of Range Road 6-2 adjacent to the west property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the naturally fragmented parcel of land. This will allow the applicants to sell off the proposed parcel that cannot be farmed due to lack of access. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. The attached package provides more details on the proposed development, and the applicants are present to speak to the proposal. When it comes to policy considerations, again, I would refer to policy 10.2.4 of the MDP, which does allow for a larger than 7 acre parcel size if it is to accommodate a subdivision based off fragmentation. And then I'll just go right into policy considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 14.14 acre residential parcel in the northern portion of the quarter. The applicant has proposed a larger area to be redesignated and subdivided to encompass land fragmented from the remainder of the quarter section. The additional land included is as conducive or more conducive to the proposed parcel. Approximately 6 acres of the proposed parcel could be registered as environmental reserve easement at the time of subdivision. Legal and physical access exists for the proposed parcel, and there is plenty of room to construct a new access into the balance of the quarter section. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2. The proposed redesignation is to allow, my apologies, that's doubled up. At the regular council meeting held on April 28th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 25-028. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to Bylaw 25-028.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council at this time for the development officer? Councillor Northcott.
Just from Mr. Bisson, you said this area could not be farmed. I was just wondering, what about grazing of livestock?
So the issue with the area in question and that's being proposed is lack of access to that area. So there is really no way currently to get cattle in there via transport with a truck. Same with equipment to get across there. The applicant is proposing to build an approach over the existing drainage to access it for residential purposes, as he feels it's better suited for residential use.
Okay, I might have a difference of opinion, but I'll just leave it.
Okay, any other questions from council? Seeing none. Mr. Bisson, can you please present any comments received from referral agencies?
Public Works Infrastructure indicated that road widening will be requested at the time of subdivision. Alberta Energy Regulator, the subdivision has no setback, but it may be prudent to let the applicant be aware that a setback of 100 meters from the Whitecap Resources well is required if they intend to build a house. I did look that up yesterday, and there is plenty of room, even with that 100-meter setback, to build a house on the proposed parcel. Fortis Alberta has no concerns with the land use amendment. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objections. They're the member-owned not-for-profit wire distributor. Rocky Gas Co-op had no concerns or objections. TELUS Communications had no concerns. Alberta Health Services did send in their comments late yesterday afternoon. They did indicate that they had no concerns or objections with the proposal. They did recommend that additional mapping be conducted in the area to determine where existing wells are and existing septic systems are. And they also included their typical setbacks when it comes to development. Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on April 16th. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application number 11-25. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll now invite the applicant to speak to the proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any agency comments.
Thank you. Reeve, this is a piece of land that for farming purposes is a lost cause. You can't turn modern equipment around in that area, let alone haul produce out of there most springs or falls. Hauling hay bales out with helicopters not a practical consideration. I would, to Councillor Northcott's question about grazing, that would require the placement of a water source that, the only current water source is on the existing acreage. And, so that's my response to that question. That's my position.
Thank you. So now at this time, I'll invite any comments from any member of the public who is in attendance at this meeting and wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, we will now invite comments from any member of the public who is in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, Mr. Bisson, were there any comments, written submissions, in favor of this request?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you.
May I just make one comment about Mr. Bisson's initial statement? This quarter section is immediately northwest of Caroline, not northeast. Just so that everybody's clear on the geography of the place.
Apologies.
Thank you.
That is correct.
So now at this time, I'll invite any member of the public who's in attendance and at this meeting and wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Seeing none, we'll invite comments from any member of the public in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Again, seeing none. Mr. Bisson, were there any written applications or submissions, opposing this request?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. And now we're at the final remarks. I will invite the applicant to present any final remarks.
I don't think there's much to add to it. The south boundary is the, follows the survey for the access road to the oil lease. And the north boundary is the existing quarter line. It's, in my view, a natural parcel, and I think it's the best use of that piece of property.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll now close the hearing at 9:36. No motions will be entertained at this time. There's a bit of time before we have our next public hearing, so let's just quickly skip to this second and third reading, which is item 5.2 in our agenda. And I'll turn this over again to Mr. Bisson.
All right, the purpose of bylaw 25-028 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 14.14 acres of the southwest 2336-6 from ag to country residence agriculture. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with subdivision process to create separate title to the 14.14 acre CRA parcel. At the regular council meeting held on April 8th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25-028. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25-028.
Thank you. So now I'll invite council to ask any questions or comments or motion for second reading. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I've toured this site with MPC and recognize how isolated it is by the road and the creek. So I will make the motion that council grant second reading to bylaw 25/028.
Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions in regards to second reading? Motion on the floor. Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor of second reading? Those opposed? That motion's carried. Moving on then to motion for third reading, or more comments or questions for the development officer. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think this is a perfect example of why the square blocks don't necessarily always work for every situation that is the land dominion map. I honestly think this would have been better suited with the quarter section, well, to the north of it on this one, and farmed by the neighbor. That's not how the titles maps work. I don't agree that it's fractionated. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. However, I do believe it fits with 6.2.1 to accommodate future populations. This is fairly close to the former village and now hamlet of Caroline. And on top of that, 10.2 or 10.1.1 to accommodate a variety of parcel sizes, and 10.1.2 to accommodate a numerous housing options. I think that it's better suited with those particular policies within the MDP. I don't necessarily agree with the size, but I do understand how to accommodate all of the drainage channel and shelter belts. It be a little bit bigger, and we've accommodated stuff like that before. If this had already had a house on it, it probably wouldn't have been as much debate. So I will make the motion for third reading.
Thank you for the motion. Any comments or questions on third reading? Councillor Northcott.
I know there was mention about water source for cattle, but if it was a residential parcel, there'll be, I'm assuming there would be a well drilled, so there will be access. And I do know that a lot of ranchers and farmers in the community, if they have to, they'll haul water to their cattle, or they find a way to get water. So I do think it is pasturable lands. The municipality, and I'm sure staff is fully aware that a lot of funds are spent on public engagement to get feedback from the residents of Clearwater County. And that public engagement was done with a survey prior to the adoption of the 2023 MDP, and 78% of the respondents were not in favor of anything more than 1 acreage out of a quarter section of land. So I won't be supporting this, and I really, in my opinion, I think that it erodes the rural landscape of Clearwater County, and the practice of subdividing land has really led to, I think, the amalgamation of Caroline. It made Caroline not financially feasible to be able to maintain their infrastructure and stuff. So that's my comments. I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay. All right, motion for third reading on the floor. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Those opposed? And the motion's carried. Thank you for coming in today. You bet. Very good. Being as how there's a few minutes before the next public hearing, I'm going to invite the applicants from the first public hearing that we had, and we will go to item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 25/22, application 07/25. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Bisson, you can start.
The purpose of bylaw 25-022 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 17.4 acres of Plan 1525423, Block 2, Lot 2, part of the Southeast 2635-5 from ag to country residence agricultural. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with subdivision process to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create a developed 17.4 acre CRA parcel. At the regular council meeting held on March 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25-022. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 25-022. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, looking either for a motion for second reading or further comments or questions in regards to this application. Councillor Gibson.
I'll make a motion for second reading on this bylaw.
Okay. As presented, correct?
As presented, sorry.
Okay, so that would be for the 17.44 acres, okay? Any other comments or questions on the motion for second reading at this point in time? As indicated in the public hearing, I know MPC has offered either to create a 25-acre parcel or a 7-acre parcel. I see both sides of this, but understanding each property owner has the right to present something that they wish to have come at before this council for this particular application. So I'm fine with the 17.44 acres as been indicated, and I think that's an opportunity to. It's a unique parcel, as indicated by Councillor Meloff, with the way the quarters have been put together, and a unique history, I'm sure. So anyways, go ahead, Mr. Bisson.
I would just note that the landowners did indicate during the public hearing that they would not be opposed to going to the 25-acre parcels should council wish to expand the proposed land use amendment.
Yes, thank you for that. Go ahead, Mr. Quick.
It's actually our preference to go to the 25. We just didn't want to go with a really big acreage, assuming council would be opposed to it, or it was less likely to be approved. But based on the comments from MPC, we're of the understanding that that was actually possibly their preference as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I'll look towards Councillor Gibson, being as how you made the motion for second reading. Would you consider a friendly amendment to redesignate the acreage?
Friendly amendment to increase the size of the acreage.
To 25 acres.
to 25 acres.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on that? Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And just for clarity, that would basically be a line drawn at the edge of the shelter belt trees at the north? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for second reading with the amended size to 25 acres. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. For me, I am more comfortable with it at the 17. I was actually originally, when I went out to look at it, was gonna look at trying to get it to 7, but I agree that you'd have a completely, what was it, 125 meters? 150 even more, strip in between those two acreages. So I would be more in favor of it staying at the 17.4 than going to 25, even though I recognize the topography there. I think that it's not a hurdle that can be overcome. So I would not be supporting it at 25, but I would prefer it to stay at the 17.4.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on second reading? Okay. If there's no other, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is tied, and with a tied motion, the motion is defeated. So we won't proceed to third reading. So at this point in time, we appreciate you coming in, and then I believe Mr. Bisson will let you understand the process you could come forward at a later date. Yes, go ahead.
Just for clarity, if it was defeated at the 25, would it be possible to amend the motion to the 17? Because it sounded like there might have been support at the 17.
Councillor Mello.
I didn't turn, I was
Okay,
pointing at Neil.
sorry. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, yes, and that was my question, can we make a motion for the 17.44?
Okay, I'm understanding, yes, you can.
Okay, I would make the motion then to grant second reading to bylaw 25/022 at the original 17.44 acres. 17.40.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion for second reading at 17.40 acres? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Lougheed.
Although I place great importance on the recommendations of the MPC, I will be supporting this motion at 17.4 acres.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Just a question for administration, I suppose. If there's an application and it's defeated, why do we just proceed until we get a motion that passes? Like, or does it work that way on the opposite when something like this application was defeated?
CEO Evans or Ms. Gillum? I'm not sure.
Thank you for the question. So it does depend on the type of bylaw. As in council's history, for example, the tax rate bylaw was defeated several times and was revisited during the same meetings. So some bylaws fall under the process of waiting 6 months. This is not one of those types. It's similar to the tax rate bylaw, where if council votes it down, it can come back, if that helps.
Councillor Lougheed?
If I could, was not the first motion made by Councillor Gibson amended to the 25, and then if that amendment was not successful, then you could come back with the original motion, I believe.
Yes.
Or any other amendment, or the original that was presented or is presented.
Ms. Gillum?
That's basically what I was gonna say, is just like, Councillor Gibson had suggested the larger size based on MPC's suggestion, and that was defeated, but the applicant did apply for the 17, so I think it would be appropriate to make a decision on what was applied for.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motions on the floor, no. for second reading, yes. Counselor Ratcliffe made, yes. Yes, he did, sorry. Just confirming. So second reading on the floor for 17.4 acres. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried for second reading. Looking for a motion for third reading.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Lougheed makes that motion for third. Any other comments, questions? Counselor Northcott?
I won't be supporting third reading. Again, there was public engagement that took place. Many residents of Clearwater County were opposed to having more than 2 titles per quarter section of land. If this parcel size was to be implemented across all of Clearwater County, there's roughly a little over 3,000 privately owned quarter sections of land, so you're a little over 50,000 acres that would be consumed then now for residential purposes. So I won't be supporting third reading.
Thank you. All right, see no other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in today, and thank you for your patience going through this new process. So now we'll move on to item 4.3, which is the 9:45. I wish it was the end of the day. Public hearing for application 25/24, application 25/25. So I'll call the public hearing to order at 9:52. And I'll explain the new process. So this is our first council meeting with public hearings where the public will participate both in person and via virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us in this process as we take a little longer than our past process as we work through any technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor of or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is best that you mute the YouTube and listen via the online meeting as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via online meeting or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or the callback number that was provided, and we will add you back into the meeting. Now I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application, and then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask their questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we will go online to ask anyone participating virtually if they would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for the in-person participants and then for the online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before we go through the background report, let's quickly do introductions.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, Councillor in Reef.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning and welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Mike Burton, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Evans, CEO. Mike Evans.
Thank you. So now, Mr. Clark, could you please outline the background for this application?
Thank you, Reeve. Prairie Creek Valley Ranch currently holds title to the southeast 3237-8 west of the 5th, containing 157.26 acre parcel located approximately 20 kilometers southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Michael Evans has made application on behalf of the landowner to redesignate 4.53 acres located in the southwest corner of the quarter section from agriculture to country residence agricultural district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with a subdivision application to create a separate title to the 4.53 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 4.53 CRA parcel contains residence, several ancillary buildings. The applicant has indicated that existing services include well water, septic tank system. The proposed parcel is described as flat and heavily vegetated with mature trees. Prairie Creek flows adjacent to the north property boundary of the proposed parcel. Approximately 0.86 acres of the northern portion of the proposed parcel adjacent to Prairie Creek will be considered environmental reserve. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from existing access off of Township Road 37-5 adjacent to the south property boundary. The balance of the quarter section has a mixture of clear pasture with pockets of partial wooded areas in the northwestern and south central portion of the quarter. Prairie Creek flows through the quarter section in a northeasterly direction with pockets of vegetation along the north and south banks. An existing residential yard site is located in the south central portion of the remainder of the quarter section. Mapping data show that there is a second residence on the existing quarter, and however, this was removed in 1998. A developed residential subdivision was taken out of the quarter section in the southwest portion of the quarter. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from existing access off of Township Road 37-5. The surrounding land uses in the area is predominantly agriculture with residential parcel, and attached is the package to give you more details. And the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. Council has had a chance to review the policies associated with this application. Okay. Policy considerations. Policy considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 4.53 acre developed residential parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter section. Legal and physical access exists to the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate this proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used as a residential purposes. The northern portion of the proposed parcel is adjacent to Prairie Creek and will be considered to be environmental reserve, which aligns with MDP policy 14.2.22 Part D and 14.2.24. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel will be considered the third title out of the quarter section, which will align with MDP policy 10.2.2, 10.2.24A, and 10.2.110 Part D. At regular council meeting held on March 25th, 2025, Council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local papers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representation made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second or third reading to bylaw 25/24. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now ask if council has any questions at this time for the development officer. Seeing none, is there any, any comments that were received from referral agencies?
Yes, there were comments received from referral agencies. TELUS Communications had no concerns with the proposed activity. Blue Mountain Power Co-op said that they will require a utility right-of-way for the proposed subdivision. Clearwater County Assessment would like to indicate that if the subdivision is approved, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the subdivision would be assessed under the residential class. Public Works Operations indicated that they have no objections. Public Work Infrastructure at this time says that the existing approach meets county standards. Public Works Infrastructure had no objections, but stated that road widening would be required as part of the subdivision. Alberta Health have no objections to the application, and they included their standard setbacks for subdivision parcels. MPC reviewed the application on April 16th, 2025, and MPC recommend that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 25/25. The reasons for the decision is that it meets policies and land use, and the site is already developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. So at this time, I'll invite the applicant if they wish to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any agency comments.
Everything sounded positive, so good.
Good so far? Okay, thank you. I'll now invite any comments from any member of the public who is in attendance at this meeting wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, I'll invite any members of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in favor of the application. None registered. So before moving on, Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions in favor of this request?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. So at this time, I will now invite any member of the public who is in attendance in person at this meeting wish to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none, I will invite any comments from any member of the public in attendance virtually wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Again, none registered. Mr. Clark, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. So at this time, it is final remarks, and I invite the applicant to present any final remarks if they show wish. No. Okay. No final remarks, so I'll close the hearing at 10:04. No motions will be entertained at this time. Now moving on to item 5.3, which is the consideration of second and third readings. And I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 25/24 is to amend Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw to redesignate 4.53 acres of southeast 3237-8 west of the 5th from the agricultural district to the country residence agricultural district. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details for the application. At regular council meeting held on March 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advised in the local papers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners. Upon the consideration and the representation made at public hearing, council will consider granting second or third reading to bylaw 25/24. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll open the floor for comments, questions, or a motion for second reading. Counselor Melhoff?
I would move second reading.
Thank you. Any comments and questions on second reading? See none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. Now open the floor for comments, questions, or motion to move to third reading. Counselor Lougheed?
Motion for third, please.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you for attending today, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. And good morning back, welcome back from our break. So we are now at item 4.4 of the agenda, which is the public hearing for bylaw 25/013. So I'll call the public meeting to order at 10:15. And now we'll outline a new process. So this is our first council meeting of public hearings where the public will participate both in person and via virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as this is a process that will take longer than our past process as we work through technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether you're in favor of or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing via the council YouTube channel, it is best that you mute the YouTube and listen via the online meeting as there is a 30-second delay on the channel. If you're participating via the online meeting or via telephone or somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back on with the number that was provided and we will add you back into the meeting. Now I'll outline the process to be used. Every person present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. And at any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present in person whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Then after that, we will go online to ask anyone participating virtually and would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. First for the in-person participants and then for the online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before we turn it over, we don't have to turn it over. Let's just start off with Mr. Connolly outlining the background for this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. At the regular council meeting held on July 23rd, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1176/24 for the creation of a renewable energy systems land use bylaw. Upon legal review, it has been recommended that administration amend the current land use bylaw to include renewable energy systems rather than having a new bylaw and doubling provisions that are included in the existing land use bylaw. This bylaw would include development regulations for solar and wind projects in our existing districts. At the regular council meeting held on March 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw number 25/013, which was previously bylaw 1176/24, but due to amalgamation, we had to restart the process. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, on the county website, and on social media. Upon consideration of the representation made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 25/013. Would council like me to go through the bylaw at all?
Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to know when I can make amendments. Is that now or during the next step?
Probably at the next step during second reading.
Sounds good. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that I know. Well, one of the questions that I would have, because most of them are just amendments, would actually be on the WEX for category 1. Anything less than 1 megawatt or 1,000,000 watts, whereas the definition says that personal use would be 30 kilowatts. So a million kilowatts is a lot. 100,000, sorry, maybe I didn't count enough zeros. Well, 1 megawatt either way is a lot, and it does not match 30 kilowatts for personal use for a category 1, or is that not what category 1 is supposed to mean?
Which policy are you looking at?
Wind conversion systems 5.1.1, category 1, total output proposed is less than 1 megawatt. Which then I would assume that's for personal use.
That's the commercial one, sorry.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking the questions.
Yeah,
So where does it show how much the personal use for wind conversion would allow?
that would be in.
In 4.5.7, I believe, the system's maximum power shall not exceed 30 kilowatts. That's under the SWEPs, which is the small wind energy. So those ones are then intended to be the personal ones, and then the WECs are the commercial ones, and those are the ones that are like meet the different regulations and are the higher values. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the
Okay.
clarification,
You bet.
because all of my notes then on that are the wrong wattage or
Okay.
kilowattage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before turning it back over, I would like to note that no facilities are allowed to be on class 1 and 2 land, except within Clearwater County. We're all class 3 land, and that is considered class 1 and 2 as per the electrical. I can't remember the name of the policy, but it comes from the AUC. So I will pass it back over to you.
Thank you. So at this point in time, I was going to offer that if council has any questions for the development officer, you could ask Councillor Ratcliffe. Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Sorry. Fighting with the master controller of the system. Yes, I had a concern that there seemed to be a gap in definition between the 30 kilowatts and 1 megawatt that Councillor Melhoft mentioned. Just at the definitions, 30 kilowatts of solar is fairly benign, but 30 kilowatts of wind could have a rotor diameter of 40 to 50 feet and could be on a tower 60 feet high to get up into the higher wind flow. So I would suggest that we either change the setbacks for even the small wind energy or reduce the rated capacity to 1 kilowatt from 30 kilowatts. And also in the section 4.4 on setbacks, there seems to be, it seems contradictory in some places or confusing that could use clarification. That was all I had on that.
Councillor Lawye.
Thank you, and I know that staff mentioned class 1 and 2 soils. I know planning tends to use a more detailed map that has an agricultural value rating to that. Is there a correlation between those? Because we know those agricultural values can vary widely within a parcel of land, but yet a quarter section may be rated 1 or 2. So trying to understand if this opens up the possibility that these kind of facilities could be put on a parcel of land that would be rated number 2 soil, but has a pocket of less desirable soil in the middle, suitable for the footprint of that energy facility. Just trying to see if there's any holes in the fence, so to speak, of when we're creating a land use bylaw.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, so, we're trying to transition to, the new land suitability rating system. That's the rating that the province uses as well as our Ag Services Department and what the AER or AUC uses for classing the 1 to 7. And for simplification, they do have a map where they've kind of picked the dominant one within that quarter section, which whatever that number may be. However, there's also a polygon layer. So basically they've drawn like things that could be over a variety of quarter sections, and it's clear or further defined within that area about what the rating is on that particular piece of property. So a quarter section may have, multiple ratings based on these polygons, so that's something that we could look at as well administratively and try to demonstrate. It's just a little bit harder to show in a mapping system for a visual for council, but we could describe what that land is based on that polygon within an item for something. It's like a piece of land may be rated at like a 3 at 80% and then a 5 at the other 20% within it, depending on like the growth within it. And also they rate it different depending on what you're growing too. So there's multiple ratings within those polygons depending. So we could provide more information on that depending on what somebody brought forward for an application. Like I said, it's just a little harder to show in a mapping system, but we could provide more details within a contextual, if an application came forward on that particular piece of property.
And the reason I ask is I own some property within Clearwater County, and I reviewed some ancient mapping that was actually quite accurate, and it had indicated those soil values in the 1, 2, 3, 4 scale. And knowing my property, I see areas in there that are rated 2 and areas that are rated 3, and just wondering what the defining limit, whether it's as you mentioned, a greater soil classification in a greater area, or is it specifically pockets that we're talking about? And that's why I just wanted a little additional clarity on that.
No problem.
Aspect of our land use bylaw.
Councilor Miller?
Because the 1, 2, 3 rating is a provincial thing, and
Yeah, the 1 to 7 it's a common rating used for classification that the province uses for reference. Our Ag Services uses it as well. I believe it's actually used like in other parts of the country as well for data. And so we're trying to use that too as well because we know kind of where that information comes from versus our previous farmland assessment stuff. They don't have any backup to where that information came from, so there's just not a lot of understanding about where that information was even developed from. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Miller?
Thank you, Reeve. Mine's actually along very similar lines for the soil classifications. What would be the process if a developer didn't feel like they agreed with the soil classification? Say it is classed as a class 3 soil on the maps, but they disagreed. What would be the process for them to do that? And can we put a provision in there that they can't do that? That if it is currently classed as class 3, they can't go get it reclassed at class 7 in which to go around the prevention of class 3 soils being used for large solar installations.
Go ahead, Ms. Gillum.
That may be, because they consider that at the AUC level as well. So, like, these ratings are created all over the province. Like I said, polygons, and some of it's based on understanding of growth and stuff. If they're able to provide studies from professionals, or qualified professionals that demonstrate soil quality in a certain area, then the AUC may consider that if there's additional studies done on the lands versus based on the rating in this averaging system. But I don't know for sure, to be honest. Again, so it just depends on our ability to approve something and the AUC's considerations as well. So we could say we won't allow something else to be considered, but the AUC possibly could, and then we've kind of put ourselves in a predicament where our bylaws conflict with theirs, so then we can't approve it, but we have to approve it because we can't
The
system
is flawed. The
it's
province
a bit
has a
confusing.
setup to have to say yes when we can't say no,
Yeah.
unfortunately, so it's
Yeah,
very flawed system.
so putting something in there that could possibly, like, they could consider additional studies by a qualified professional that demonstrates a different thing than what that rating system gives it. They could possibly consider that. I don't know for sure, to be honest.
The whole process is frustrating because much of Clearwater County isn't valued because of the soil, it's valued because of the producers and ANIMS. And unfortunately, even though we tried, ANIMS were not considered as part of the AUC's application process, but.
Councillor Northcott?
Just on the discussion of the quality of soil, I was fortunate just recently, I was able to go to St. John's, Newfoundland, for a couple of days there. I would like to see a comparison. I often hear, comments sometimes that'll justify development in Clearwater County or subdivision of land that, it's poor land or it's non-farmable land here in Clearwater County. However, in St. John and Newfoundland, it is all rock, literally. It is rock. So I would like to see a soil comparison and the value. I think often the quality of soil here in Clearwater County is overlooked and undervalued. But there, I did not see any cows. It really is literally rock. So it would be neat to see a comparison of the agricultural lands in St. John's in comparison to Clearwater County. I think the value would be much more appreciated.
All right. So with that, if there's no other questions for the Development Officer at this time, I will now ask the Development Officer to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Comments were invited from adjacent municipalities. Yellowhead County had no concerns. The MD of Bighorn had no concerns. No comments were received from the town of Rocky Mountain House, Summer Village of Burnstick Lake, County of Wetaskiwin, Ponoka County Municipal, Brazeau County Improvement District Number 12, which is Jasper, Improvement District 9, which is Banff, Mountain View County, Red Deer County, and Lacombe County. There were no letters. That's the next.
Very good. And just for clarity, those municipal referral agencies are any of those municipalities that are part of our intercollaboration framework agreements, so all our neighboring municipalities. So at this time, I would invite the applicant to speak to support the request and respond to any agency comments. So that would be Ms. Gillum or in this process? No? No?
I don't think so.
Okay, just making sure. I'm just reading. I'm just reading my notes here. So very good. So at this point in time, I'll invite any member.
We should have changed the.
Yeah, that's fair. That's okay. That's okay. We're just learning on this one. So anyways, appreciate that. I'll invite any member of the public who is in attendance and in person at the meeting wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, invite any members of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in favor of the application. There's none registered. Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. So now at this time, I'll invite any member of the public who is in attendance and in person at this meeting wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Welcome. Please identify yourself and your organization, if any, please.
Marianne Cole with the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association. And I apologize for the late sending out of the information here. I'll just give you a copy. There's been too many things, I think, going on lately.
Thanks.
First of all, I want to compliment everybody on their concerns expressed already with regards to, in particular, solar generation. but my concerns are really focused on clause 3.1.4 in the proposed bylaw, which states, a solar collection shall not be located on Class 1 or Class 2 lands as classified by the Alberta Land Suitability Rating System, LSRS, unless the development meets provincial government regulations to demonstrate coexistence with crops and/or livestock, and shall preferably be located on Class 3 to Class 7 lands. Within Clearwater County, Class 3 lands are considered to be high quality, in brackets Class 1 and 2, as per the Electric Energy Land Use and Visual Assessment Regulations. And so those comments have already, been noted by you people in your discussions and concerns earlier, and my concerns basically focus on that as well. First of all, I am very concerned about that this may be a generic clause, and reference was made to the AUC, and that concerns me that they have drawn up, or somebody working on their behalf has drawn up this clause for general solar operations province-wide. And those people do not understand the land classifications, the land use, the value of farmland in Clearwater County. And, I recognize that the last sentence does, include the value of Class 3 lands in Clearwater County. And as such, I strongly feel that the first sentence should be reworded to state the following. A solar collection facility in Clearwater County shall not be located on Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3 lands as classified by the Alberta Land Suitability Rating, LRS, and then it goes on to say, or demonstrates coexistence with crops and/or livestock operations. I think it is really, really important that we have the ability to make that restriction, because we know the value of land in Clearwater County. To not restrict solar facilities on Class 3 lands ignores the very significant role these lands play in Clearwater County and illustrates the lack of knowledge those writing this clause may have about the impacts these lands have not only on our local farmers, but many from various areas of the province. Clearwater County is highly recognized for its hay production and the valuable grazing lands out here. As such, many farmers benefit from our hay sales and bring their cattle out here for grazing in the summer. All this is beneficially done on Class 3 or even 4 soils. As such, it is crucial that Class 3 lands be included in the not located restrictions of the clause that we're dealing with. I also believe that people do not recognize the most beneficial use of the land. In considering the most beneficial use of land in Clearwater County, I ask that you consider solar efficiency versus agricultural efficiency. Research indicates that solar collection facilities are 15 to 25% efficient in Alberta. Only 15 to 25% efficient. By comparison, I ask you, what farmer would continue to operate if he only got 20% live calves from his herd year after year? Would he continue if he only got 20 live calves out of 100? Or what producer who normally gets 2 1,500-pound bales per acre would continue with his operation if he only got half a bale per acre? It just would not happen. Yet this proposed bylaw would allow a 20% efficient company to steal away valuable farmland for an operation whose monies don't even stay in this community. It just doesn't make sense. And that's why there's the most serious concern about those that are drafting the bylaw not understanding these facts. In conclusion, again, I reiterate my request that you amend Clause 3.14 to clearly restrict solar operations on Class 1, 2, or 3 lands in Clearwater County in the interest of preserving valuable food-producing land for the benefit of not only our residents, but others who may enjoy the advantage of our most valuable resource, productive agricultural land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, does it feel like it? So with that, I will also, leave my script here again. I'll now invite any member of the public who is in attendance wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Please identify yourself and your organization, if any, please.
Hi, I'm Christine Fosier, and I am here to point out some different things. There's errors and stuff in this bylaw, so if I may approach and hand you guys copies of.
Sure. So before you begin, I realize that you've passed on quite a significant amount of information and truly appreciate it. But we're given the time constraints, so succinctly within 5 minutes as you can.
Yes,
I would be
yes, I got notes I'm going off of. So what I've done is I've red penned all my edits, things that are questionable, things that should be removed, like 6 point, I just wrote it down, 1.1 at the end. That gives our power away. So anyways, I'll start at the beginning of my notes. April 17th, 2025, I wrote a letter to Danielle Smith, but it went out to a bunch of ministers, AUC. I CC'd it to you guys, and basically what's happening is AUC's quasi-judicial process is 100% failing. They are failing at ensuring that these corporations are properly consulting the public. There's many stories across the province where they're private or secretly approaching landowners, even neighboring landowners, and they're offering hush money and getting them to sign NDAs. People have stepped up speaking to being offered this and denying it, hence why they can speak to it. So our AUC is allowing a lot of failure at due process and following rules of law. So, you know, we keep hearing with the land use bylaw that, you know, prohibition by implication, if a specific land use isn't explicitly permitted in the land use bylaw, it is generally understood to be prohibited. This means that even if the use isn't explicitly banned, the lack of permission in the bylaw implies it is not allowed. So, you know, we kind of have a contradiction here. 1 minute we're being told, no, it's the province, it's the province, it's the province. But then we also have where if it's not in our bylaw, it's not allowed. According to, you know, the MGA 640 1D, you know, we're supposed to be providing for the protection of agriculture land. That is not happening. or LUB 1.41, the purpose of a bylaw is to prohibit, regulate, and control. So I guess, which is it? Do we take marching orders from the province, or do we have authority and decision-making powers? It's kind of, there's a major contradiction going on here with that. And to emphasize what Mary Ann said, 3.1.4, Class 3 and 4 soils in Clearwater County are considered our Class 1 and 2. So we really need to look at this, and I think we need to change where it would say only Class 5 to 7, preferably 6 and 7, or more preferably, let's just prohibit this. Because according to the AUC in their soil classification, we basically have desolate and unfarmable land, and we know this isn't true. So I think we need to prohibit all renewable energy to 5 to 7, 6 and 7. We got to stop giving up our 3 and 4 land. Jenny brought up 3.1.7. Oh, you guys having a say over the assessment. So yeah, 3.1.7L, you could add something about council's approval of the environmental assessment report, as many consultants are biased towards the class and quality of our land. Throughout the bylaw, there is inconsistent wording and measurements. So I would suggest correcting that, stick with the same measurement throughout, don't change it by 0.2 of a meter or whatever, like, just creates more confusion. And there's way too much may in here still. Our mays need to be changed to shells. We don't have room for discretion when it comes to this renewable energy stuff, taking up our good farmable land. Let's just keep it consistent with our wording and measurements, and let's preserve our pristine county and stop allowing major foreign corporate interests and investors to pillage our land and resources. I know I would like to see this prohibited, as would many Albertans, but we know this is a bureaucratic system. So if nothing else, please make renewable energy bylaws so strict with high standards for development. Albertans across the province are opposed to renewable energy, but we keep getting slapped in the face by bureaucracy and corporate interests land grabs. And I did include, this is 13. I put 17 in there, and we'll speak to that one after, but at least I don't gotta go around and hand it out again.
Thank you. I will now invite any member of the public who's in attendance and in person wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Is there anyone further wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Please step up, state your name and organization if any.
My name is Shauna.
Just, you'll need to press the
Right.
mic.
My name is
Perfect.
Shauna Fleshman. I live in the village of Caroline, and I am the CCCG, which is opposing
Just 1 second here. Your light's not on. It's hard to. Can we? The light's got to be on.
Oh, there it is. Oh, no, it went off. It's not me.
Is the battery dying? Do you want to just come sit here?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Please have a seat then. Thanks, Shauna.
I don't have a lot to say, just a couple comments.
That's all right.
Shauna Fleshman from the village of Caroline, and also part of the CCCG, which is the Concerned Citizens of Caroline group. Okay. I just had a few things that I kind of want to reiterate that should be firmly put into this land use bylaw. Setbacks. There needs to be very firm setbacks, especially for villages, hamlets, or subdivisions. It's fine if like somebody thinks that they want to do stuff on their land, but there's also the life and liberty of other people and what it affects them next door. Another one is the AUC has the ratings for the class 1 and 2. That should be brought down to 3 and 4. 4 should be included because if we don't have 1 or 2, then 3 and 4 should be changed to that as a change. And again, firm wording. I talked about this at the meeting last week, or was it last week? That when you put discretionary or may or might, then it gives the AUC the ability to and take it in their own opinions, which you guys have already experienced with the letter that you guys submitted for the current solar farm in Caroline. If you're firm, and because there has been changes where they are including the municipalities' involvements now since last year in February, which I'm not sure if you're aware of or not, but if you're firm, you have it set out very clearly what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable, then there's generally less likely to be any leeway given. That's all my suggestions are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I will now invite any other member of the public who is in attendance here in person at the meeting wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing no more, I'll now invite comments from any member of the public who's in attendance virtually wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Is there any member of the public wishing? Okay, so we have none registered. So before moving on, Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions opposing this request submitted?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. So at this time, I will close the meeting at 10:52. No motions for second or third reading entertained at this time. Sorry, not the meeting, that's right. So now moving on now to item 5.4, which is the consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 25/013. Go ahead, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw number 25/013 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw 71401 to include renewable energy systems into the land use bylaw. At the regular council meeting held on March 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/013. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, on the county website, and on social media. Upon consideration of the representation made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you. So now open the floor to council for any comments, questions, or a motion for second reading. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I already had several amendments and now I have even more. I'm curious if how it works when we have this many amendments. Do we have to move each individual amendment, or are we moving them as a group? Like normally to move an amendment, like you would have to move an amendment each individually, or how would you like us to do it? I'll just say that instead.
Ms.
Yeah. I think it would be best just kind of discuss them and then do one motion for the changes or amendments as discussed. Yes, maybe?
Just trying to find the easiest path forward.
I think that would be these, and then we could bring back those amendments prior to second and third readings for confirmation. So
That makes sense.
it could just be direction to make amendments essentially, and then per whatever council decides.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I'll go through, I guess, mine first. And then I still have several pages to read from the delegation spec. For the personal solar that are on roofs and buildings, I would like to see those be discretionary rather than permitted, so that the neighbors still get the ability to have an opinion, especially in the hamlet districts, like in particular. Because if it's just either permitted and or not permitted, wow, and or not requiring a permit, then the neighbors don't get any referrals. So it'd be nice to see those turned into discretionary so the neighbors can have referrals. This is 2.1.1 and then 2.1.2 for the freestanding solar collectors. I think in any of the residential districts, also those shouldn't be permitted. They should be discretionary again, so the neighbors have the ability to determine whether they want freestanding solar collectors next door. It's different, in my opinion, on ag, standalone CRA, intensive ag, because we still have intensive ag in our current land use bylaw. I think they should be permitted rather than discretionary, but in any of the residential districts, they should be considered discretionary and or removed, because freestanding solar collections in residential districts are not the same as on your home, where you already have a development permit for that existing building and its use. 3.1.1 in solar collection facilities. I don't love that we wait until they get provincial and federal approvals, because then we don't have a say at all. Isn't the whole point of building this so that we have a say? So shouldn't they have to come to us before they get the provincial and federal approvals? This is saying, don't come and talk to us until we get provincial and federal approval. It's done then, and we're absolutely only a rubber stamp at that point. Might as well not have this.
That was the lawyer's suggestion.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm suggesting we don't have that.
That was as part of the legal review, so, because essentially if they're doing a large scale, we can impose conditions, but we can't say no. So when they need the approval before they can come to us.
But the AUC won't consider our conditions if we haven't given any yet. So if they don't have a development permit from us, we wouldn't have opposed any conditions, and then AUC won't consider our conditions.
Once they get AUC approved, then they apply for a development permit through us.
But AUC gives them a list of conditions. Our conditions should be included in that regulation, in that regulatory authority's conditions. Otherwise, who's regulating it? Are you gonna go out and regulate solar facility or a wind facility? The AUC regulates them. So if we can't get our conditions put on the AUC application, they are not gonna regulate it, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
Ms. Gillum?
I think my understanding with the legal side of things was that they still could refer to our bylaw, and if we have this information in place, then we can provide information to the AUC about what our requirements might look like during that process. So like, you know, as an intervener or something of that nature. And then basically, I think their point was, we get to the development permit where we can dig into the things that we can manage, or that we can regulate, maybe with road access for building, different things like that. And also then that way our decision isn't conflicting with what was approved by the AUC, because if we make a decision on the application in some aspect, and then the AUC makes a decision and their decision conflicts with our decision, of course, then our decision, you know, is essentially overpowered by theirs anyways. So basically we could tie our stuff into what was approved by them, but like still having this bylaw in place and having that for them to consider and to act as an intervener during the process, we can still provide them with information. It doesn't mean that we can't participate in that process. It's just that way we're not conflicting by providing approval or a refusal or what have you with conditions prior to theirs. I think that was my understanding of where they were coming from, but it could be something we could get clarity on from the lawyer as well.
Because if we have to wait for the province and federal approvals, then we're absolutely just forced to say yes. We have no option then to say no. Because if they already have approvals, we have no option but to say yes, which is really putting us in an unfair position.
Well, but again, if we say no and it goes to AUC anyway and they approve it, irrelevant. So whether we do it before or after, they are still the approving authority, but we have certain things that we can put on after, and we can still participate in that process. This isn't stopping us from participating. We just don't have a decision that would conflict with their decision.
Okay, then this seems like a lot of waste than if we're just gonna do what the AUC wants.
But this is something for the AUC to consider. If we have nothing in here, they can't consider anything. So like if we have the stuff in here, they see the stuff that is of a concern to us, and we can address that during the process, and they can consider that when they make their decision. If we have no bylaw in place, they have nothing to consider.
So my other suggestion, we'll just agree to disagree on 3.1.1. 3.1.4, class 3, and I agree with class 4 soils being added there is not, that we won't consider it. And just putting the amendment of 3 and 4 as recommended by a delegation was actually nicer than the amendment that I suggested. So we'll go with that. 3.1.7, I think that a public consultation plan should be a requirement and mandatory. Like for the development permit application, public consultation plan and executed. I didn't see that here unless it's somewhere else.
So we had initially included public consultation, but after it was reviewed by legal, they suggested we remove it because if we do public consultation, council can take all those comments into consideration, but they can't actually change anything from what was approved.
This was my point in the last one, in the 3.1.1.
Yeah, like we can impose some conditions, but they can't go against what the AUC says. So if we have public consultation and everybody comes and says, no, we don't want this, council still has to approve it because they can't say no.
But a public consultation plan and getting the feedback will also tell us what type of conditions we should be imposing on the development permit.
Yes.
Even if we have to say yes, we can meet more of their setbacks, we can try to assist with glare, we can try to, like, there's other things we can try to do, right?
Yes, and I think we just need to make clear that we can only add conditions, we can't actually say no throughout this whole process.
Okay. I still think a public consultation plan should be in there. And, you answered that question already, earlier. The wind stuff, I'll let other people talk and I'll come back.
All right. Any other comments? Yeah, no, that's fair. So go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe, and I'll go Councillor Northcott.
I think Councillor Melhoff had a longer list. I have a number of amendments, revisions here to clarify this document. I can see this taking a fair amount of time to go through, and I wonder if we shouldn't pass second reading with amendments or simply delay second reading until we can have this document revised with the discussion of all of council and all of the conditions in there. I could see this going into the afternoon to finish this.
Okay.
I don't know if we need a motion, or I just wonder how the rest of council feels.
Well, I'll see there's another light on, so I will pass the, ask Councillor Northcott to provide your comments too.
Alrighty. Oh, you're good. Thank you. I don't know, I think this bylaw could be made a lot more simpler and really provide a clear stance to the AUC. I think the bylaw really could just simply read that renewable energy projects are prohibited and only permitted for residential use. And with the exception as a secondary use such as a sun cover for RV storage facilities or paved parking areas. And that's it.
Okay.
I often see these projects across the province. They only provide a single use and they consume hundreds or thousands of acres of valuable land. And then you drive down the road a little bit more and you'll see a quarter section of land that's been stripped off and is full of RVs. But I don't understand why the solar panels can't be used as a sun cover for all the RVs. So.
Okay, Councillor Lyon.
And I agree with Councillor Norcott. He had me until he said, except for, or an exception. And that's where the difficulty comes in. It's much more concrete to just say no than it is to say, well, maybe. Now you need all the stuff around a land use bylaw. As if there's no possibility from the perspective of our community, that's what you have to say, not, well, maybe here and maybe there, or maybe somebody that's already got solar panels is okay, or maybe somebody that's got a wind generator is okay, or somebody's got a great idea about a co-generator, or using swamp gas, or manure methane, or who knows what. You know, you have to allow for the exception, or just take the courage and say no. My feeling is if we just said no, we would be ignored by the AUC because we're not taking our due diligence and placing the community feedback that we're getting within a document. And having said that, I did have one question around 3.14, which is some statements within there kind of, I need clarification because it's talking again, the class 1 and 2 lands. And the verbiage there says that we can define our own, we can have our own definition of what that high quality land would be. I think it has to fall more in a provincial wide designation of, I don't think we can just say that in Clearwater County, class 3 land is class 1 land. That, the province does say that we can declare within Clearwater County that class 3 land is class 1?
In the electric energy land use and visual assessment regulation, it's listed that in certain counties, class 3 is considered class 1 and 2. And then below that policy, there's a list of the counties within Alberta.
Okay.
And Clearwater County is part of it.
Okay, well, I just asked for clarification in that and I got it. Thank you very much.
If I
Yes,
may,
you bet.
if council wanted to table second and third readings and then send administration their revisions, then we could work on that and then bring it back for second and third.
Second and third reading, okay. Perhaps we'll have a few more comments and then we can go from there. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
No, it's just a short comment, just to Councillor Lougheed there. Thank you. And if it was strictly prohibited, there are some residents that would like to have, you know, independent off-grid power sources for their houses. So if it was permitted for residential use, that would still allow those people to be off the grid and have their own electricity. But even allowing renewable energy projects as a secondary use might start a new narrative across the province where they might say, hey, you know what, we do have these lands that have either been paved over or gravelled over or have zero agricultural purpose because they're now in more of an industrial type state. And then solar could be used as a secondary use on the lands.
Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, Councillor Northcott, except the permitted. I think it should be discretionary because then the referrals go to the neighbors still. Like for residential use, it should still be discretionary, I think, just because of the referrals to the neighbors. I agree. We can just send you our amendments and the amendments from the different documents that were given to us today. I do have one question though. What is our setback normally from a property line for ancillary and or permitted buildings? It's 50, right? From the center line for agricultural land in particular, it's 50.
To the range road, yeah, it's 50
Yeah,
feet.
center line, it's 50 feet?
Yeah.
Why are we allowing it to be?
50 meters, sorry.
50 meters, so even
Yes.
further. Why are we allowing it within 10 feet for a SWEC?
Sorry, for which number is that?
For 4.4.3? If we don't allow anything else within 50 meters, why are we allowing them within 10 feet of our roads? We should match our current development plans with these.
In 4.4.1, says it has to comply with the setbacks of the district. And then that 4.4.3 could essentially be removed.
Even better.
Yeah.
I think we've decided we're gonna send in,
So,
or do you want me
yes.
to keep going?
So, I'm thinking, through this conversation, yes, that, the council will email, CC the rest of the council in regards to what all are, so that the balance of council understands where these, amendments could come, and yes, I think it would be prudent that we bring this back for second and third reading. I will make a comment that there are existing residents today that live off-grid and are using this technology and other technology to live, whether it's they're in remote areas or whatever else. So we are by no means, this is not a reflection on them, and this is in regards, I think, most of our angst is in regards to the large solar projects and wind projects that could potentially be brought in. So I know over the many years, again, it seems unfortunate that the municipality has less and less opportunity to actually influence whether these projects get approved or not. But at the end of the day, it's no different than an oil and gas that gets approval of some of these projects as well. So it is a resource. So with that, I would look for a motion to postpone the second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make that motion, and can you guys send a track change version out? That way we can have that sent out to everybody so they can see what revisions we want. That might be easier than us just sending in line by line revisions. So that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Also, I would appreciate maybe a timeline that we can get this back in a timely way too, as we do know that there are projects that are currently sitting at AUC that it would be nice to have a bylaw in place for those, for the AUC to consider. So timely way, ask council that get their amendments in as quick as possible. So motion then to postpone the second reading made by Councillor Malhoff. Did you have something to add, Miss? Yeah, okay, go, Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that with current applications for anything, it goes by the land use bylaw and or the municipal development plan of the day that it was put in. So the current one that's being looked at by the AUC would be under current. This wouldn't affect them at all anyway, correct?
That's right.
So then maybe our bylaw for now can say no until we revise it so that the next one coming along does. Depends on how long it takes for us to get through this. Because I really worry that if we get another application tomorrow, it's subject to what we currently have, which is nothing. Like we don't have anything, which means we don't have any conditions that our county doesn't. So AUC will have nothing to consider, right?
Yeah.
Ms. Gillen?
I was just gonna say, depending on the extent of the amendments, and if council gets stuff to us right away, it's possible that we could bring it back to the next meeting for like second and third, depending on, like I said, the extent of the amendments and if we are able to complete them within the next week or so.
So we have to get them to you by next Thursday?
Next Thursday, the agenda's published.
Yeah, like you need to get them to us
Like today.
now so that we have a week to do it, because we have to send them in next week,
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right, so motion on the floor to postpone this bylaw for second reading. Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. So I believe we will get those sent to you as soon as possible. So we do have another public hearing. So the next public hearing is the public hearing for bylaw 25/017. So I'll call the public hearing to order at 11:15. And I'll explain the process. So this is our first council meeting with public hearings where the public will participate both in person and via virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us as this process will take longer than our past process as we work through any technical difficulties during the hearing. If you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether you're in favor of or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak and with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on the county's YouTube channel, it is best that you mute the YouTube and listen via the online meeting as there's a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online meeting or via a telephone or somehow get disconnected, please join the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided and we will add you back to the meeting. Now I'll outline the process. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves or organization, if any, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or on silent. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out. Then anyone who is present in person, whom's in favor of the application, will be asked to present his or her presentation. Then after, we will go online to ask anyone participating virtually to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for in-person participants and then to the online participants. The applicant will have last word and respond to any issues. And now we will continue on and I will ask Mr. Conley to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This is very similar to the last one. It's been amended to match the hamlet of Caroline's existing land use bylaw. Upon legal review, it's been recommended that administration amend the current land use bylaw to include renewable energy systems. This bylaw includes development regulations for solar and wind projects in the existing districts for the hamlet of Caroline. The attached draft has been vetted by legal to be included in land use bylaw number 450 for council's review. Similar to the last item, if we will continue with the public hearing and then have everybody send in their comments and we'll bring it back to a future meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So with that, council have any questions at this point in time in regards specifically to the Caroline land use bylaw and how this applies? So similar to that then, Mr. Conley, I believe we need to still proceed through this process. So any comments received from agencies?
Referrals were sent to adjacent municipalities. Mountain View County has no objection. Yellowhead County has no concerns. Red Deer County, no concerns. Lacombe County, no concerns. No comments were received from the town of Rocky Mountain House, Summer Village of Burnstick Lake, County of Wetaskiwin, Ponoka County, Brazeau County, Improvement District number 12, which is Jasper, and Improvement District number 9, which is Banff. And the MD of Bighorn had no objection.
Thank you. I'll now invite anyone who is in favor of the application, who is in attendance at this meeting, wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none. Invite any comments if any member of the public who is attending virtually speaking in favor of the application. Again, seeing none. Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
Written submissions were received.
Thank you. We now invite any members of the public who is in attendance at the meeting wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Please. Yes, it's not working out yet. Please have a seat and identify yourself again, please.
Hi, I am Christine Fosier, and I am here to speak in opposition to this bylaw. As stated before, AUC's quasi-judicial process is failing. They are allowing hush money to be given to landowners and having them sign NDAs so that they don't talk to other landowners and, you know, expose to the public more of what is taking place in the area. There's been a total failure of proper consultation with the public. Even in Caroline, I have 2 aunties that live within the 800-meter radius, and neither of them was properly consulted. PACE claims they are, but their AUC is allowing them to basically, these corporations, to self-regulate and do their own consultation process, and they're not being strictly adhered to anything, and therefore it's a completely biased situation. And the fire and emergency response was not properly addressed for Caroline at all. So that's a big issue in allowing this. So I would go back to what I said earlier, the prohibition by implication, as we heard all last week, how if something is not listed in a bylaw, it's not allowed. So this is currently not listed in our bylaw, so it really shouldn't be allowed. But I understand we're under the thumb of the provincial and federal government who want to push this money laundering, green energy stuff. One of the definitions, probably the first definition, alternative and renewable energy, states fueled in way that do not use natural resources or harm environment. There is no such thing. Everything uses natural resources. They use natural resources to produce the windmills. They use natural resources to produce the solar panels. And then we're left with a bylaw that really states no actual cleanup stipulations. Where are these windmills gonna go? Where is the solar panels gonna go? Where are spent nuclear radiation cells gonna go? This bylaw, both of them, don't cover any of these things. We're really leaving it open to a lot of legal liability. Question, did you guys, my copies, are they double-sided? Because the one Kim had wasn't.
I forwarded them the one he gave me.
Okay. Okay, well, so there was a glitch in the copier anyways, so if you're not double-sided with my red ink notes, then Kim's got the right copy. So yeah, we really should be keeping this as prohibit and only write in the small-scale individual use solar, as you guys spoke of in the last hearing. Again, which is it? Do we take marching orders from the province, or do we have authority and decision-making powers? Whereas a council is authorized to prepare. So when you're authorized in legalese, that means to give power to. So the government, the Alberta government does, through the MGA, give you guys power, but somehow we keep going back to, oh, we don't have that power and say, but you have been authorized to do so. So once again, I really don't think you guys are going to completely scrap and prohibit this, but we need to do our best to put as many restrictions in place to protect liability, which includes how we're disposing of the solar, the spent nuclear cells, windmills, all of it. There is the term agrivoltaics. that has been used through the AUC, which, you know, we're gonna combine farming with solar panels. It doesn't work, and there's places in North America that are now reporting, I think it's Idaho, their potatoes are being found with super high heavy metal content in them. So proposing growing food with toxic materials just doesn't make sense. And going back to our soil classification in Clearwater County, our class 1 and 2 is, or sorry, our class 3 and 4 is our class 1 and 2. So we should not be allowing anything on less than a class 5 land. So we should be changing that to class 5 to 7, preferably 6 and 7, or more preferable, just prohibit it. We, like Marianne said earlier, and I do have a diploma in environmental science that I took years ago. Wind is the least efficient, solar's the next least efficient, nuclear is the next least efficient. Nuclear should only be used where we don't have natural resources, so that is not here. That's places like Japan, and hence why they have, you know, the problems they do in our toxic ocean because of what happened there. And then, yeah, 6.11 totally is a clause that gives power to the AUC and the AER. So then my question is, why even have this bylaw? If they have the power and the say, don't need this. Once again, this one has inconsistent wording and measurements throughout. It would be really nice to see that cleaned up, less discretion with the word may, change to more shells, keep it strict, keep it consistent, and yeah, the public notice is failing. Anybody I talked to did not know about this public hearing. If it hadn't come up at our land use bylaw open houses, I wouldn't know. The other ladies wouldn't know. None of us would have known about this. So I think we got to step it up. And on that note, we have a petition for you guys to change the way we do our public participation through the IAP2 process. This is something for council to look at and bring to another meeting. Who do I give this to?
Just pass it on to the CEO, please.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks,
thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
Oh. And I wanted to say I'm really sorry that I didn't say Councillor Jenny. I'm bad at that, and yeah.
Thank you. I'll now invite any member of the public who's in attendance wishing to speak in opposition to the application. I'll now invite any member of the public who is in attendance virtually and wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none. Now ask Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No submissions were received.
Thank you. So at this time, I will close the hearing at 11:28. No motions will be entertained at this time. Moving on now to item 5.5, which is consideration of second and third readings to the bylaw 25/07017 application. Go ahead, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of bylaw 25/017 is to amend the hamlet of Caroline's land use bylaw number 450 to include renewable energy systems. At the regular council meeting held on March 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw number 25/017. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, the county website, and on social media. Upon consideration of the representation made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings. Based on the representation, administration would recommend that council table second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? If not, looking for the motion, please. Councillor Mello.
I would make the motion to postpone until the required amendments can be made.
postpone second and third reading. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I'll call a question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Excellent. So now moving on to item 5.6, which is first reading of bylaw 25/031 to amend the land use bylaw. So just take a minute here to invite and welcome. Good morning. Perhaps we'll just do a quick round of introductions, please.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor, Ward 3.
Good morning, Ward 7 Councillor and Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good. Yeah, we're still good morning. Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Hello, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Good morning, Kim Gillen, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, I'm Rhonda Hoppy.
Good morning. Good morning, I'm Bob Hagsma, representing the landowners, applicants.
Thank you. And go ahead, Mr. Conley.
Bob Hagsma has made application on behalf of David and Rhonda Hoppy, which hold title to Southwest 183904. The subject property contains 154.42 acres and is designated the Agriculture District. The property is approximately 4 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Leslieville, adjacent to Township Road 39-2. The applicants are proposing to redesignate 15.3 acres from the Ag District to the CRA District for the purpose of creating separate title for a residential parcel. This application is combined with subdivision number 21/3732. The proposal is complete with a residence, barn, shop, and various ancillary buildings. The existing farmstead is serviced with 2 water wells and an open discharge septic system. The larger parcel is to accommodate the existing yard site and developments, and also allows for the open discharge system to remain. The topography is described as gently rolling with slopes towards the creek in the eastern portion. The dominant rating for the quarter section under the land suitability rating system for agricultural lands is Class 3. Access to the proposal and the balance of the quarter exists off Township Road 39-2, adjacent to the south property boundary. The redesignation is to allow for the subdivision of an existing farmstead. The request for a larger parcel is to accommodate existing buildings and services. This aligns with MDP policy 10.2.4. It is not anticipated that the proposal will negatively impact surrounding agricultural operations, as this land is currently being utilized as a residential yard site. Should the land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title from the quarter section, which aligns with MDP policy 10.2.2. Thank you.
Thank you. So open up for questions or comments in regards to this for first reading. Just upon looking at the aerial, I guess I like things square. So could you have put that southeast peg right at the same corner as the existing subdivision?
That's what I had suggested, is to cut that corner. What you can't see is the topography. So presently, the cows that graze down in the bottom, because there's an artesian well down there, they come up the hill, and in order to access that little field that's in behind, that's where a gate is. So that's what's best for the land and the way that the animals move on it.
Okay, Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. So this would be the third title or just the second? There's another acreage in the corner? Is that correct?
There's only the 1 acreage on the south boundary.
Currently?
Yeah,
So that would be the second title and this would be the third?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion to proceed to, or to grant first read and proceed to a public hearing. Councillor Gibson?
I will make that motion to go into first reading
Okay,
in public.
thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Any questions? Not, I'll call a question. Oh,
No.
okay. All those in favor of granting first reading, public hearing? And that motion's carried. Thank you, and we'll see you at the public hearing, unless you have something off. You bet. All right, so with that, we are at item 5.7, which is the consideration of first, second, third reading of bylaw 25/037, Leslieville Recreation Area Rental Permit Fees. And good morning. Welcome. And you can take it away with the background and when you're ready.
Thank you. Forgot my button training already. Good morning, Council. So this is going to look fairly familiar. My background is very similar here, but I'm going to read it again for you guys just as a reminder. In 2019, Clearwater County purchased the land behind the Leslieville Elementary School in the hamlet of Leslieville for the construction of a new fire hall. David Thompson High School was built where the elementary school was, and the playground that used to be there was removed. During the 2021 budget process, Council allocated funding to consult key stakeholders as well as the general community to identify what amenities the features should be included in the development of recreation lands purchased in 2019 in conjunction with the development of the Leslieville Fire Hall. Administration consulted David Thompson Recreation Board, Leslieville Elks, as well as the Wild Rose School Division. A community meeting was publicly advertised and hosted by the David Thompson Rec Board and Clearwater County. With this information, administration engaged a consultant to develop a concept plan, including a drawing of a potential site containing the features and amenities identified during consultation. The concept plan was submitted to the David Thompson Rec Board for final comment, at which point some small changes to the location and orientation of certain features and amenities were made based on feedback received from the David Thompson Rec Board. In 2023, work started on the baseball diamond and soccer pitch, and a new playground was added. In 2024, paving of the access road, parking lot, and trail system occurred. This year, it will be the first season of use for the baseball diamond, and soccer nets will be installed in the fall, grass permitting. Staff have been receiving inquiries about the Leslieville recreation area, the ball diamond in particular. We have been informed that there are many groups planning on using the ball diamonds this season, and the groups are as far away as Red Deer. To ensure consistency and receive direction from council and what they envision for the area, staff have created a bylaw for the use of the area. And just a little addition is that minor ball is over for the season around Father's Day weekend, and slow pitch continues past Father's Day weekend. So we have groups that are anxious to book the ball diamond. Currently, it is operating on a first come, first served basis. And I would like to shout out to the community. They've been incredibly respectful for this. So that's really nice to see.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we have some staff recommendations also in front of us. So we have that we can grant first reading to this bylaw unless there are amendments. And so looking for amendments, go ahead, or looking for motions, go ahead, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a procedural question. If a bylaw fails, does it not have to be fundamentally different to be brought back? Or is it then a reconsideration and therefore the person, the group in the prevailing vote would have to be bringing it back to be reheard? If I'm correct, what is fundamentally different about this bylaw that failed previously?
Ms. Hay?
To answer the first question, no, a bylaw does not need to be fundamentally different in the content. This bylaw is different than the bylaw that was presented to council at the last regular meeting because it has a different bylaw number. So by identifying this bylaw by number 25037, it is different than the one that was previously presented to council.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just a question for clarification here around the fines. So if, you know, a local group of kids gather there and to have a ball game without paying a fee, would they then be subject to a fine?
Go ahead, Ms. Grant.
No, they would not.
Ms. Hay?
So only,
If I may add some additional information to that. Depending on the type of vandalism or damage, destruction, etc., Clearwater County could pursue a charge against the offenders by way of making a complaint with the RCMP.
okay. For regular bookings, are we collecting a list of the team members? Like in case of liability, like how would we exclude someone who wasn't to be there?
Ms. Grant?
So when people book, they will be filling out a document. It was included in the last rendition of the bylaw, but it was removed from this one. It will have the contact for the team. And if it is someone on the team who causes damage, we'll say, then we will be contacting that individual, and it will be up to them to figure it out among their people who is paying for it. But they sign off when they book, and that will be up to them. And if it's someone who's not supposed to be there, we can't really, anyone can go there anytime, so we can't really be certain who did the damage. It would be people who are there who are supposed to be there will report the damage, we will assume. I think that the community is quite proud of the area, and we will fix it, but if it's someone who's not supposed to be there and we don't know who it is, we can't really do anything about that.
Yes, I was thinking of someone being injured on the site that was not one of the listed team members or players.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. And damages to the site. I don't know.
Both.
It's sort of a use at your own risk type of site. It's open to the public anytime. So.
Ms. Hay?
If an organization is booking the diamond, they do have to produce evidence of liability insurance, minimum $2 million. If it is just something that happens to a person who has not booked the diamond, again, I guess it would follow, you know, civil court process.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. So looking for any more comments or questions or a motion to grant first reading of the bylaw. Okay, Councillor Northcott will make the reading to grant first reading of the bylaw. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. When explained the last time that this came to us, you can book the diamond or the rec grounds for birthday parties to make sure you're securing your spot, etc. How will a birthday party secure $2 million in liability in which to book
Ms. Graham?
So from my understanding, it's the same as insurance for our halls. So it's the same as going online and there will be a link and you can go through our insurers. So it's the same. I know my sister, for example, has had her kids' birthday parties at the halls and she can go through that link and get insurance.
Okay, so in order to make sure that they can have a birthday party at our beautiful rec grounds, they have to make sure that they have $2 million in liability and pay a fee to the county in which to do so, if this passes.
I think it is common practice to have fees to use locations. I know, but once again, referring to the halls, there was a fee to use the hall.
Councillor Northcott?
I guess on that topic, would the public not be just able to go to the ball diamonds at any time they would like and have a family baseball game or a birthday party without? The only really thing for the fee would be where a league or a baseball team would secure their time for, say, a tournament or something like that. But outside of that, if anybody wanted to go there for a birthday party or a family baseball game or something like that, they would be still willing to do that at no charge, or is that how that's?
Ms. Graham?
If they wanted to secure the time, there would be a fee. You can go there anytime and use the playground if they want to use the playground or just the grass area, I guess, which we are wanting people to stay off it until the grass is strongly established. But there is a fee. If you wanted to have the baseball diamond itself, there would be the fee, the booking fee.
Yeah, but if there was nobody, there was no team or no tournament or something there on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon or something like that, and it was open, people can go ahead and use the facility as they would like, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so motion to grant first reading on the floor. There's no more comments or questions. I'll call a question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Now moving on to second reading. Is there anyone willing to make the motion to grant second reading? Councillor Lougheed. I'll call the question if there's no other comments or questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. And then we have the motion for unanimous consent for third reading. Looking for a motion for consent for third reading. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor for unanimous consent for third reading? The motion's passed. Thank you. Now looking for a motion for third reading or any other comments or questions in regards to third reading. Councillor Gibson makes the motion for third reading. I'll call, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. The only reason I'm voting against this is because I feel that our locals should not have to pay a fee in which to use the facilities. They already pay taxes for the beautiful rec grounds. And I also don't think that $2 million in liability for things like birthday parties is necessarily reasonable. I would like to applaud, though, the way that this is written. It is very good, very easy to understand. I really like how this bylaw is very plain language and easy to understand. So thank you for the work on this.
Councillor Northcott?
I suppose you know, if baseball teams are looking to secure the diamonds and they're coming from a distance, I do think that the fees will help. You know, rather than somebody booking or an organization booking the diamonds for the whole season at no cost, I think this offers the teams that are coming from a distance to be able to secure the diamonds so that they can successfully host tournaments and so on and so forth. And again, local residents can use the baseball diamonds at their will whenever they'd like if there's no teams playing and not even needing any insurance or anything. They just have the ability to use the facility with zero red tape.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I'd just comment, this is early days for this facility. I think we'll march forward and get this facility out being used for the community. And if there's areas of concern that come up later on, we can always readjust the bylaw to address those concerns. So I think we have a good base document here to move forward with.
Councillor Graham? Sorry.
I just wanted to say I gave Ms. Haight the guideline, but she's the one who turned it into a bylaw, so on her behalf, thank you.
There you go. Any other comments or questions on third reading? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in today. Okay, now we'll move on to new business. Again, in the Ag and Community Services, it's item 6.1.1, which is Ag and Community Service appointments. And I'll turn the floor over to the acting director. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, here with our seasonal appointments. So the staff recommendation is that council appoints the following Clearwater County Agriculture and Community Services staff as weed inspectors under the Alberta Weed Control Act for field and administrative duties effective May 13th and for the duration of their employment. So we've got Jill Longacre, Rylan Lacey, Courtney Allstott, Danielle Judd, Cassidy McDonald, Dakota Dixon, Casey McKenzie, Leah Sillick, Donald Bertinoli, Carly Lipka, Levi Gerdung, and Caitlin Brown. And then we have that council appoints the following Clearwater County Agriculture and County Services staff as pest inspectors under the Agricultural Pest Act for field and administrative duties effective May 13th, 2025 for the duration of their employment. And we've got the same staff there: Jill Longacre, Rylan Lacey, Courtney Allstott, Danielle Judd, Cassidy McDonald, Dakota Dixon, Casey McKenzie, Leah Sillick, Donald Bertinoli, Carly Lipka, Levi Gerdung, and Caitlin Brown. And our appointment for our chair, that council appointment appoints Aaron Terpsma as the chairman of the Agricultural Service Board effective May 13th, ending October 2025 at the organizational meeting. To provide a little bit of background, every spring administration asks council to provide formal appointments through resolution to the acts listed below. These spring appointments typically cover seasonal staff who work only during the growing season and are utilized for the field work component of administrating compliance and enforcement with these acts. Permanent staff are required to support the work of our seasonal staff by completing administrative and oversight duties. It is also necessary for permanent staff working within the various acts to also receive a formal appointment from council. To ensure compliance with the acts and to make record keeping and grant reporting efficient, on occasion administration updates these permanent staff appointments. Below for council's reference are the relevant sections from each of the 4 acts administration is recommending council appoint staff to. So we've got the Weed Control Act, where under Part 2, Section 7.1 states a local authority shall appoint inspectors to enforce and monitor compliance within this act within the municipality. And under the Agricultural Pests Act, under Section 10.1 states a local authority shall appoint a sufficient number of inspectors to carry out this act within the municipality. And then we have the Agricultural Service Board Act that states in Section 3.2 the council is to determine the chair of the ASB. And as part of the ongoing operations of the Agriculture and Community Services Department and Clearwater County's Agricultural Service Board, appointments under the Weed, Pest, and ASB Acts are required yearly to comply with legislation.
Thank you. All right, so staff recommendations. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much. Seems very straightforward and appropriate. I would be pleased to motion as per staff recommendation number 1, as outlined.
As outlined. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Call a question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeves. Sorry, my elbow pops. That was that big pop. Sorry. I would motion staff recommendation number 2.
Thank you. All right. Good thing we know medic. All right. Any other comments or questions on that one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried again. Thank you. And then motion number, or staff recommendation number 3, or motion 4. Okay. Counselor, oh, sorry, Counselor Melhoff, sorry.
Thank you. I would make the
Da, da,
motion
da.
of appointing Aaron Terpsman as the chairman for the Ag Service Board effective May 13th.
Thank you. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. You bet. So with that, we'll continue on with corporate services. There's item 6.2.1. I'll turn it over to Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. This item is related to a budget adjustment. It says staff recommendation. It's really a recommendation from the Broadband Committee following the meeting last week. And the budget adjustment is in the amount of $1,455,750, which would increase the broadband capital budget in 2025 by the same amount, and also show a transfer from restricted surplus, specifically from the broadband restricted surplus account. The background is provided there. It's fairly lengthy. This background was provided to the Broadband Committee at the last meeting. I will point out that generally speaking, what was previously approved and administration was directed to put out a request for proposal to construct a core backbone segment from Rocky Mountain House heading eastward, largely to the area that was not granted by the federal and provincial governments for funding, and to essentially fill that gap. Following that, the successful proponent for the request for proposal was Canadian Fiber Optics Corporation, and a budget adjustment was approved at that time to fund the core backbone construction, and administration was advised or requested to come back with information as to distribution lines and connecting homes and businesses along the route, and at the direction of the Broadband Committee, also including the hamlets of Alhambra and Leslieville. So what we have before you today, also at the very end of the background information, includes the motion by Councillor Melhoff. The committee recommends this budget adjustment for the additional meters that were identified during detailed design, as well as what is being called Phase 5A, 5B, specifically including Leslieville and Alhambra, and as well to be funded from a transfer from the broadband restricted surplus account.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, looking for a motion in regards to the staff recommendation. Councillor Melhoff.
I made the motion at the Broadband Committee, so I would make the motion today. The council approves the following 2025 budget adjustment, increase the broadband project capital budget by $1,455,750, and increase transfers from restricted surplus by the same amount. This truly does facilitate the hookup of residents and businesses along that backbone, which is truly the whole point of the program, and it's exciting that residents can hopefully get hooked up right away. Thank you.
Thank you for the motion. And I would also encourage anybody along those particular routes that they go online and they fill in their blue sign number, because they will be aware of the construction that will be happening as it goes by their driveway, which we are very encouraged. I believe this is going to be a 2025 construction, and so which would happen right away. So this is exciting for this summer. Councillor Northcott.
I was just wondering if, Mr. Hagan, if you could just remind me, what year is Clearwater County projecting a deficit, and how much would that deficit be?
Yes, Councillor Northcott, based on the information that was shared by the finance manager yesterday at Council's Strategic Planning Committee meeting, we're projecting a overall deficit in restricted surplus of approximately $60 million by 2028, based on the current 10-year capital plan.
Okay, so I believe the priorities are out of line, and I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I find myself in an odd position here. I recognize that this type of infrastructure is essential to the long-term sustainability of our community. However, I have a number of questions that I am forbidden to ask. The business plan is a secret, so I will not support this motion.
All right, so motion on the floor. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And motion's carried. All right, so with that, we're actually going to take a break for lunch and we'll be back in 40 minutes. And welcome back. We just finished our lunch and we're now at item 6.3.1 in our agenda under Public Works Infrastructure in regard to the Rocky Gas Co-op Nordic Gasification Grant Funding Request. I'll turn it over to Director Hansen.
Yes, good afternoon, Council.
Oh, sorry, just one second. Yes, Councillor Mella.
Sorry,
Yeah,
thank you, Reeve.
Yeah.
As a sitting director on the gas co-op, while I am not necessarily required to fully recuse, in the interest of ensuring transparency, I will do so for this.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Council. This is a follow-up item to a recent request that we've had from the Rocky Gas Co-op, as recent as April 25th, 2025. The regular council meeting, council considered the Rocky Gas Co-op's Nordic Gasification Grant funding request. The subsequent motion by Councillor Darrell Lougheed, that council allocates $2.7 million to the Rocky Gas Co-op Limited for the Nordic Gasification Project, conditional on an agreement that includes default security. Clearwater County has since received additional correspondence from the Rocky Gas Co-op. I've provided a little excerpt out of that, the letter that's been attached. I'll just go through this briefly. In response to council's motion requiring an agreement that includes default security, we are pleased to confirm our willingness to provide security equal to the approved $2.7 million grant. The form of security will be the gas line infrastructure currently under construction, excluding the regulating and metering RMO station. We wish to emphasize that the construction of the gas line is already underway and is anticipated to reach completion in June 2025. The purpose of this security is to assure the county that the line will be fully completed and up to where the RMO station will be placed. And the grant funding is required no later than June 30th, 2025 to enable Rocky Gas Co-op to meet project payables due to the weeks following completion. So the rest of it's there for council's review as well as the attached letter. So Clearwater County staff, we have reviewed the default security proposal that was been provided by Rocky Gas. So we have reached out to our legal team looking for solutions for this default security. And they do agree that we can work into an agreement having the line itself as a default security. So we'd also recommend that we include the requirement of a statutory declaration, just as assurance that all contractors have been paid. It's a common inclusion in most contracts, just to ensure that knowing that we have local contractors, we want to make sure that our funds are going to go pay the bills as well. So we did look at other default security options such as bond or a letter of credit. In analysis of the length of time that the project's well under construction, where it's going to be completed by the end of June, the cost of bonding, we looked into some of my historical notes, it's close to $7.50 per thousand. So bonding for that type of amount could be upwards of $25,000 to $30,000, depending on their ability to get the bond. So our legal team has basically made the recommendation that it's one of the tools that they're recommending is called a collateral mortgage that we can put on the line. So not going to go into details because I don't know a lot about how the legal agreement would be constructed, but it would basically provide us that assurance that we would need that in the event of a default. So with that, I'd like to go into the funding, which is the second part of our recommendation today. So if council wishes to utilize restricted surplus to fund in whole or part of the project, staff are recommending utilizing the core infrastructure restricted surplus. This restricted surplus has a projected balance of $3,280,000 by December 2025. As this restricted surplus has future project commitments, staff would recommend adding future surplus or tax revenue to replenish this reserve in the future. With that, happy to turn it back to the chair and answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So now looking at the balance of council as to if you have any questions in regards to what has been presented or motions. Councillor Gibson.
No, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, then Councillor Ratcliffe.
We're in a situation that seems to be really only have one way out, maybe two. I would make the motion that council direct staff to enter into an agreement between Clearwater County and Rocky Gas Co-op Limited. Conditions of the agreement are to include but not limited to the gas line infrastructure currently under construction be included as default security for the 2.7 million grant associated with the Nordic gasification project, and that they do this next week. Begin this next week.
All right, thank you for the motion. I have a question in regards to valuation of a gas line. Where does that assessment come from? Like, are we assured that, like, as I'm reading the information in the background, the gas co-op is just offering us the gas line as security? Are we getting full value for our 2.7 million at that, or I'm curious?
Yeah, so the estimates that were provided to us from Rocky Gas, from an historical meeting, showed basically the breakdown of the $6 million estimate at the time. It was broke out from parts, labor, materials, and so of course now the estimate's up at $8 million. So I think it's very safe to say with the infrastructure, the materials and labor that's been provided, that it would have in excess of the $2.7 million and to be fair, we have no intentions of hopefully ever needing to require this security. Again, the construction is well on its way with the completion date of June. So it's not like we're going into this really early on. I'd have much more concerns about the value and how would we deal with that infrastructure, taking it as collateral to say, how are we going to turn this into a functioning gas line in the event that there was a default? That is the absolute worst case scenario that we're not intending to happen, being how far along we are through the process. So, but to answer your question about value, I truly believe, based on the historical numbers we've seen, that the value was there more than enough to cover off our investment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gibson?
My question is, if we have it as collateral, who is in charge of the repairs if something goes wrong or if it fails? Is that onus on us, or is it on Rocky Gas Co-op still? Because now we own it.
Yeah, we're taking it as collateral and only in the event that they default. So there again, we're not anticipating a default, being how far we are through the process. If in the event that we were to take it over, we would become responsible, we become a responsible party. There was a couple of different options that our legal team provided for us there. One was actually the transfer of all assets, et cetera. The collateral mortgage was designed, it's a little bit more, it was an easier process that we still had that assurance. But ultimately, if it was default, we would have to try to manage this in a way in order to make a functional system. But there again, the only alternative is to go back to the bond. Right? And then now we're actually securing the money with money. It's not ideal to use collateral as there again, what would we do with it if we were to actually have to exercise the default? But there's a difference between drafting an agreement that says that we actually have that covered off compared to having a bond that's in excess of $25,000 for a 30-day security. It would only add to the increase of the cost of the project, which would in turn become our cost as well, right? It's we just don't believe that there's enough risk that's involved to try to have them provide us a bond in that amount, where the value seems to be in excess of what our investment is, and the likelihood is very low. There again, we know that it's never zero, so that's why we are taking collateral. As for the obligation through the process, maybe I've misinterpreted Councillor Gibson, what you were asking about. During the time that it's being held as security, we're not responsible for any of that infrastructure. It's just held in as the default or as a security. I apologize.
Follow up?
So if they default, then we have a gas line and we have to maintain that gas line ourselves. Or what do we do with it? Like, do we then hire Rocky Gas Co-op to maintain it for us? Or is it kind of, are we caught in a catch-22 where, yeah, we own it, but we still need Rocky Gas Co-op to look after it for us?
Yeah, absolutely, and that has not been fleshed out as in to get all those wheels in motion or those questions answered to how we would operate this. There would be, we could hire any, no, not any third party, we'd likely have to hire a third party to operate it. Of course, there again, I can't stress enough that the likelihood of needing to exercise this default is so low that I wouldn't even recommend it if there was actually any likelihood that we would need to use it, because Clearwater County does not want to get in the business of operating a gas pipeline. But we do want to make sure that our assets or our value is secure. You know, perhaps we would turn around and instead of operating it, we would sell it to another provider if there was one, an ATCO Gas, another gas provider, for example. As long as we get our money back out of it, then we would be content. There again, the other option is to, if you just want the cash secured, then we'd have to go back to a letter of credit or a bond. If this council believes there's too much risk in having the infrastructure as collateral.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you. Well, I'm certainly satisfied that this really covers off our significant grant to this project, and it's in alignment with the vision that we have and the planning that we have for Nordig. So I think this is a positive step forward in being able to be a strong partner in the future of our community, and I'm satisfied with the provisions outlined.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I'm just wondering if the Rocky Cat, like, would have been I'm just still curious about how that decision was made to proceed without, sufficient funding in place. I'm just wondering if that would have been the direction of the board or from the Rocky Gas Co-op, or how that decision would have been made to proceed with the project when sufficient funding was not in place. And I have another thought on this is, if Clearwater County is going to now provide funding to this organization, what about all the other utility owners, businesses, corporations, and residents? If they overspend on something, is Clearwater County going to offer financial assistance to all those as well?
All right. CO Emmons?
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Councillor Northcott. The only thing I can suggest for council is Nordig, being Clearwater County's the largest developer, and Rocky Gas truly went out there to support Clearwater County's investment. I'd respectfully suggest this should be viewed more as a partnership than Rocky Gas supplying just any community, as we are the largest landowner and we have the most invested interest to see the success of Nordig. It would be the difference in my mind, offering up any justification.
Okay. Well, I have to agree with Councillor Lougheed that this is an inevitable situation that we've come to a conclusion with, and hopefully that going forward with the tight timelines that they are trying to get this project in and completed and offering service, I think it's the residents at the other end, the businesses at the other end would welcome it. So it would then not only to benefit us, but it'll as a county, but also to the residents out in that direction. So I'll be supporting the motion. So with that, if there's no other comments or questions, I'm going to call the question on staff recommendation number 1, that we enter into the agreement with Clearwater County, between Clearwater County and Rocky Gas Co-op. Conditions of the agreement to include, but not limited to, the gas line infrastructure currently under construction be included as a default security for the 2.7 million grant associated with the Nordic gasification project, just for clarity. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
This particular item had 2 number 1s, so
yes,
it's only the first number.
It's only the first number 1.
First number 1. Okay,
yes.
Good.
Thank you. All right. So I'll call the question. Oh, Counselor Northcott?
No, I just wanted to say I do always appreciate the comments from administration. However, I do, at this point in time, think the priorities are out of line, and I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. We do have a second staff recommendation. Counselor Ratcliffe?
As far as using the core infrastructure restricted surplus, is that truly the best option to fund this?
Well, I think our options are limited. I guess, you know, our finance team has outlined continuously about our funding forecast. It doesn't look great. This looks like a today problem, and today the core infrastructure has a surplus or a balance in it that more than covers off this project. Alternatively, of course, there's canceling other projects there. We would have to bring back a list or get a indication from council which projects they wish to cancel or wish to reallocate from a different restricted surplus. We believe this is appropriate because it does have future commitments there as we go forward, but it also has the opportunity as a couple of years go by that we could possibly replenish this in order to ensure that we do have those funding, that funding source available. From a staff recommendation, this seems to be the most appropriate restricted surplus to draw from at this time.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I move that council increase the public works operations budget by 2.7 million to be funded from the core infrastructure restricted surplus for the Nordegg gasification project.
Thank you for the motion. Any comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Lahi?
And I would just comment that this is one of the advantages of having a strong asset management program and a sound restricted surplus funding opportunity. Although we have other opportunities for funding these projects that come up as today's problem, it allows us to still work towards that vision we have for our community moving forward, although the timelines on certain projects may get pushed back a little because we have an immediate need. We're able to address the immediate need, keep that momentum working forward, and hopefully eventually reach the vision that we have for this community.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? Councillor Northcott.
I guess as far as asset management, there's the way I see it, there's a lot of dated and aged and infrastructure that is in need of replacement and or repair. So again, I think the priorities are outlined and I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay. All right, seeing no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you, Director Hansen, and we look forward to a report, capital report. Moving on, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I would like to make another motion that council request administration to investigate a municipal franchise levy as a means of some cost recovery in Nordegg.
Municipal franchise levy.
Okay. So Councillor Ratcliffe, being as how you are making the motion, can you offer a little bit more clarity for that background? Because I'm a bit confused.
Okay, it's just that the Clearwater County has invested far more than intended in getting gas there in Nordegg, which is also a large county investment. And most municipalities do have a franchise levy on top of the fees. It's possible that when we look at standard practice around municipal levies, the amount that would be collected is simply insignificant, but it's something I think we should know. perhaps it's already been looked into.
Do you have anything to offer? Okay, Director Hansen, please.
Yeah, actually, not entirely familiar with how franchise agreements work. I know there is the Village of Caroline had a franchise agreement with, or currently has a franchise agreement, the Hamlet Caroline, with Fortis as well as Atco Gas and so it's a levy that's added on to their bill, which is paid to formerly the village. We could look into the model that Rocky Gas has to see if that's a tool that can be utilized for that area specifically. So to be clear is what would be the scope of the levy? Because I would assume in the village it was for the boundary of the village, everything within the village. Clearwater, Rocky Gas Co-op provides gas service to the entire municipality. So it'd be interesting to see how that levy would have to be created, or if it could be created. It's something we can definitely look into and bring back to a future strategic planning meeting. Sure. But I'm sure it would have to include correspondence again with Rocky Gas Co-op to see what tools they have. Apart from maybe another tool in the toolbox could be more of the local improvement levy. You know, that way it's back within our control and it's our levy instead of utilizing, you know, it should still be named toward, but honestly, I think anything's can be looked at, you know, and we also did identify that we're going to be looking for additional grants, you know, in concert with Rocky Gas Co-op. So we're always looking for a way to hopefully be able to cost recover some of this investment, because this isn't the end of it. You know, there's going to be infill costs again that are going to be coming. There was some rates for infill rates that were provided in that letter. But you can expect that as we move forward to hooking up our buildings in Nordic, there's going to be additional costs as well. So, but yeah, we'll definitely look into what other types of funding mechanisms we can come up with associated with this.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Ratcliffe has put that into a motion to direct administration to look into or investigate municipal franchise levy is what I understand. Yeah. Or funding offset on opportunities. Any questions on the motion? Trying to think of the first in time and a bit of the, you know, with everything that's been going on. It's not, we've never really done any of this, you know, for any of the other services, and I think that's why the lot prices were priced accordingly, is to allow that infill and with everything that's going on. But I understand that the community is growing and that's the intent, so that's the good thing. So I'll be curious when we come back at a strategic planning what that could look like, and we'll go from there. So I'll call the question then. If Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, I'll support the motion. I don't know a lot about franchise fees or anything like that, but it sounds like it's another tax, but I don't know enough about the process and stuff like that. So that information in the future, I'll support the motion.
Okay. All right, see no other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, no other comments on this item? Okay, we're going to move on now. So next item is the Office of the CEO, is item 6.4.1. And that is the non-binding vote of electors on question. And I turn it over to Ms. Hayt.
Good afternoon, Council. So as per Council's direction at the April 8th, 2025 regular meeting, administration has researched requirements and examples of wording to ask the public at the next election about implementing an elected reeve mayor position, which is also known as the chief elected official position. So some general information regarding a vote on a question. The MGA allows for council to submit a question to be voted on by the electors, The results of the votes collected is for council's informational purposes only, so it's a non-binding vote on the question. It helps council get an idea of what residents are thinking so that they can make decisions based on the outcome of the question. And the vote on the question is conducted in keeping with the Local Authorities Election Act. Some voter eligibility, the voter eligibility requirements in order to vote on a question is the same as if they were electing a candidate. The question that's being considered is about the election of the chief elected official, either by council or by the electors. And to just explain that the chief elected official's power and duties are the same as councillors, with the addition of acting as the chair for council meetings unless a bylaw is provided otherwise. The CEO must also perform any other duties imposed under the MGA, for example, signing a state of local emergency. The chief elected role, unless a bylaw says otherwise, includes chairperson of council, consensus seeker amongst members of council, liaisons with senior elected officials, key representative with regard to ceremonial responsibilities, liaison with other levels of government, and advises with regard to policy development. So the last time a vote on a question regarding the election of the chief elected official was conducted October 18th, 2010, and an example of the wording is attached, and it at that time it was called a plebiscite. And so now some considerations regarding a vote on the question. So should council decide to move forward with this, administration is asking that the question be approved no later than June 30th, and that a recommended 12 to 24,000, preferably 24,000, is reallocated to the Legislative Services election budget from contingency. And this is to cover costs for public communications, design and printing of a ballot, additional staff election workers' time for training and voting, and additional election supplies and materials, and legal services. So the requirements of a vote on a question, the question must relate to a matter over which the county has jurisdiction. The question must be simple, clear, direct, and concise. Electors should be able to understand the context of the question. A question should be as neutral and impartial as possible and not suggest a correct or desired outcome. The question must be capable of being answered with a yes or no, or for or against, and electors should be informed about what the vote outcome will mean. So administration is recommending that wording of the question be reviewed by legal counsel to ensure that requirements are met. So the staff recommendations is that council considers allocating $24,000 from contingency to legislative services for the purpose of conducting a non-binding vote, and that council considers retaining legal services to review the wording for the non-binding vote of the electors on a question.
Okay, thank you. So now open the floor for comments or questions or motions. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much. Looking through the news release that was issued back in the 25th of October 2010, see some interesting numbers there. More people chose to respond to the reeve or no reeve vote than did the number of councillors. So there was a difference of a couple hundred people that chose to answer one question, not the other. I was just wondering, what was the overall turnout for that election, we see about 1,800 people voted on these secondary questions. I just wonder, surely there must have been more than 1,800 people voted in that election, or maybe maybe that's an unfair question.
No, that's, my apologies, I did not have that ready at hand, but I can in just a few seconds or two.
For me, that would garner the level of interest, or maybe is it, if there were, say, 3,000 voters and only half of them chose to express their opinion on it, is it an issue? But just.
And yes, there's oftentimes voters, they may choose to submit a ballot or not. Like, it's a separate ballot from where they are voting for candidates. And in some cases, some electors may choose just not to even answer the question. But maybe if I could have Ms. Thompson check under the Emergency and Legislative Services folder, and there should be a 2010 elections folder.
Ms. Haight, I did just look up on the website, and you give the actual results from 2001 to 2027, and in there it talks about actual voters. Is that the column that you'd be looking for?
Yeah, if it's...
So in 2010, the actual voters were 1,802.
Across the whole municipality.
Across the whole municipality.
So not even 20%. Could I ask one other question? With this particular plebiscite, was that also a non-binding plebiscite, or was it a different expectation of the results?
Ms. Haight?
It was non-binding, yes. It was just to gather information and to get the opinion of the voters.
Yeah, in comparison, it just, actually the following election in 2013, there was 1,400 voters. 2017, 2,287, and then 2021, 3,594.
Must be doing the right things to spark interest.
There you go. I have a question in regards to, when we were going through the amalgamation negotiations, we did talk about the fact that once we were amalgamated, we'd have to be looking at the electoral boundaries of the wards at that such and such a time. Does that entail any a public plebiscite and or public as well, where we have to ask the voters, do they like this and whatnot? Just curious on that process that's coming next term.
Yes, ward boundary review involves a significant amount of study and public consultations, advertising. It's recommended that it is conducted by a third-party consultant. It's a fairly expensive process to do the ward boundary review, but yes, it is scheduled for 2026. And at this point, estimated budget amounts have not been worked out completely yet. But yes, extensive public communication, messaging, etc.
Do our residents have to vote then, or is it just a vote of council, or motion of council to create those new electoral boundaries? I guess that was more my question.
It's by bylaw, and council would pass that bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for including all the information in the background. One of the ones that I was able to go through, because you had the hyperlink there, was the referendum payment regulation. And where they're doing where there isn't an election is $2 per capita. and where there is an election happening, it's only $1 per capita. So I was curious why the 24,000 being requested and not 12 or just right around 12 with based on should be $1 per capita if we're doing it with an election, or am I not reading the regulation right?
You are reading the regulations. That is the referendum regulation that applies to provincial elections. The suggested guidelines, $1 per capita, and then $2 per capita outside of an election. The regulations, I believe the date on that is
2020.
2020.
That's what this one says.
Yeah, and it's 2024, and there's been significant increases to costs since that time. And so I feel that 24,000 is probably more likely the number, just due to election costs and election workers' costs.
Supplement to that? Oh, okay, sorry, then I was confused. I thought that the $1 per capita goes to the province as a payment.
No, that regulation is a guideline. If the province decides to hold a referendum, that is the amount that they will pay to the municipalities. And at the last election, they held 2 questions, and municipalities were reimbursed $1 per capita, which didn't even cover the actual costs.
Okay. Nope, that makes more sense. Thank you. Because I was like, how does it change if it's the bill we pay? Thank you.
Councillor Lai?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I know many municipalities don't actually have wards or boundaries. Is that an approach that would work here? I know it's probably contained within our bylaws and would require some adjustment, but essentially voting for a councillor at large as opposed to having a number of candidates in one particular area, you kind of pick, you have your chance to pick the one that you believe would serve your community the best. Is that another option that would kind of alleviate some of the jockeying of boundaries from time to time?
Definitely, that is an option that council may wish to consider. That would be included in the ward boundary review. That would, conducted by a third party. It could be considered.
Okay. Councillor Gibson?
If we're doing public hearings for the ward boundaries, would it not be more efficient to ask that question about whether elected or from council for the reef, instead of having a plebiscite added on to, and it's because it's non-binding, therefore if you were to do all of the ward boundaries and then have that decision about an elected reeve or appointed from council would be then binding.
Yes, essentially, I think that would be considered as a survey. So that's definitely an option that council could do, is conduct a survey for Clearwater County residents. The difference is that I believe the level of participation is greater on a vote on a question, because the voters, the electorate is handed a ballot, and that ballot then is submitted to the ballot box if the elector wants to answer the question. So participation levels are significantly higher than what you would get from a survey question.
Okay. Any more comments or questions? If not, looking at the staff recommendation for motions. Although I understand the turnout is typically larger or has been growing, I'll just say, as the voter turnout has been at the elections in October. I'm not supporting an effort that has got nothing binding to that question. I would sooner go through the electoral ward review. I think that's more prudent, and have that question, as far as if we're doing extensive public engagement already, I think it's important. I think a lot of people will be engaged in that process, because I believe now that we've included the village, you know, now that we're amalgamated, I think that'll be a very more holistic and things. And being as our populations within our wards, when's the last time we looked at our division boundaries? Has it been since 2010 as well, or
I
before?
believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
So it's been 15 years, and, you know, understanding too with how things have changed. So to me, this is, I appreciate the effort and everything else, but to me, I think it would be a more wholesome discussion when we're going through those ward boundaries to talk about an elected or appointed reeve at that point in time. Because we are talking not only the boundaries, we are talking about the duties of a council at that point in time. And I think that would be a better conversation to have at that time. So I won't be supporting the question, the non-binding question today. So go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Actually, I think the reverse would be true, that people that are coming out to vote have one more question to put an opinion on, where ward boundary discussions, I think people won't care a lot which ward they're in if the boundaries move. And I think we'd see less participation at that point. So I will make the motion that council consider allocating up to $24,000 from contingency to legislative services 2025 election budget for the purpose of conducting a non-binding vote of electors on a question.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any comments or questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, Councillor Ratcliffe. I don't think that we've ever had, even at the lowest numbers of the 1,800 people coming out to vote, I don't think we've ever had numbers like that at any of our public consultations. So, and you said it was 3,500 and then 40, like you had, so definitely higher numbers than what we see at our public consultation meetings. So, and it was a question on a ballot the last time it was considered, and I think that it'd be appropriate for it to be a question on a ballot if it is going to be considered this time as well. I would be supporting the motion on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? Councillor Northcott.
I don't know, it's kind of, I guess my thoughts are, just talking with members in the community, there would be no need to spend the $24,000. I've also seen other engagement sessions that have taken place, and the comments that come back from the public were, you know, they've been disregarded. So, I don't know, I don't think I'll support the $24,000, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay. Councillor Lawhy.
Just for clarity, this motion then means we move forward with the question being included in the 2025 election.
Correct. Okay. There's no, go ahead, Ms. Hay.
I'd like to add then, if that motion to allocate funds to the election, should that be carried, administration would come back with the actual question, and should the second motion be carried, administration would retain legal services to review that question to make sure that it meets the requirements.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Lawhy.
So again, for clarity, this item may be coming back for a further council decision or approval, or is this the close, we close the page and we move forward on this?
Yes, it would come back to council on the wording, on the actual question. Should the allocation of funds be approved, if it be passed, then yes, moving forward on the vote on the question, moving forward with that. But the next step then would be for administration to come back with the actual question for council to approve.
So the intent would still be an elected reeve, but it's just what that question would specifically.
Yes, the question, like, after reviewing the 10 question in the plebiscite, I would submit that with council's approval on retaining legal services and approval of allocating budget. I would submit the 2010 question to legal. They would either, amend it or maybe make a new question. That question would come back to council for council's approval of the question. So today, council is approving to move forward with the vote on the question. The next step is to approve the question.
Okay. And then pending the results of that question being forwarded to the electorate in the election, then it would be up to the succeeding council to implement or not implement
Exactly.
those results.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, any other comments or questions before I call the question? Okay, see no lights. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Tied vote. Motion is defeated. Okay, so with that, I have a question in regards to process. We have seen questions come back, being as how we have a missing counselor who sends his regrets. Is this something that should, because it came through a notice of motion, could another notice of motion come forward again to bring this before the June 30th deadline? Because I understand that is a June 30th deadline, correct? For any questions to go on, or whatever kind of question that may be, correct? So I'm just asking if one of the counselors would like to bring, should they bring a notice of motion for another question on the ballot different than this one? Can that still happen? Do we have time or not? Probably not.
Not unless a motion to reconsider. This motion that was defeated was to allocate funds for a non-binding vote
Right.
of the electors on a question.
Right.
It wasn't what the question is.
Right.
It was just because regardless of what the question is, you still have to allocate funds to conduct that vote on a question.
Okay.
So should a counselor who, and in this case, because it was like a tied vote, I'd have to recheck, because that's a little different than having the prevailing vote.
Right.
So I'm sorry, I
No.
yeah, I don't know what the question, like what the answer would be regarding a tied vote.
Thank you. Okay, so we would consider this item now closed, or another motion to come out could still come out, or what? I'm just looking to the balance of council. Like if we're done, we're done, but I just, this has been a notice of motion through Councillor Ratcliffe, so I'm looking at, if we're done, we're done, but you have a second staff recommendation, and we don't necessarily have to fulfill that, bring forward that, because we've defeated, correct?
That's correct.
Good.
No.
Just making sure.
No.
Dotting i's and crossing t's.
Yeah.
So, okay. So with that, Councillor Miloff,
Sorry, can I ask a question with regards to the second one, even though we're not, like, I had a question if we got there, can I still ask that question?
Sure.
What do we pay in contract?
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
I do not know why she talked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I even have it on mute, so I apologize. What do we pay in contracted services? Oftentimes, I mean, you guys talk about a lot that we're looking for efficiencies, et cetera. And sometimes it's then more efficient to be contracted because of cost, and sometimes it's more efficient for it to be in-house because of cost. How much do we pay in contracted legal services every year? And would that be prudent then for us to bring an in-house counsel? And would that be significantly cheaper? Because I find often we're running stuff past legal counsel, and maybe if we just had one down the hall, it might be cheaper.
CO Emmons.
From my experience, Councilor Melham, no. Although our legal per department actually is, I would say, would justify a position, what happens is you lose the specialties. You know, we will contract a lawyer where their specific mandate is human resources or planning, and you will get a general. So you lose those specialties. So your quality and the value, and I always say the reliability of the advice being given, therefore being given to counsel for guidance, I would respectfully suggest would be diminished.
No, fair enough. We seem to always be going towards legal, and I'm like, maybe it'd just be nice to have somebody down the hall instead. And then they'd also have our best interest always. Not that our retained lawyers don't have our best interest, but they would for sure always have Clearwater County's best interest as a Clearwater County employee. So I just figured I'd ask.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. Could you try again?
It's good. Awesome. There you go. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you very much. And we will move on now to the reports section. And so the report section brings us to 7.1, which is the Chief Administrative Officer report, CEO. And I'll turn it over to CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good afternoon, Council. The May 13th, 2025 CEO report. The first item is 2025 graduation ceremonies. I guess first to note, congratulations to all the ladies and gentlemen that are coming in and completing their grade 12. High school graduation ceremonies within Clearwater County are scheduled as follows. 10 a.m. May 30th is the Caroline High School. 4 p.m. June 5th is the Visions West Outreach School. 1 p.m. June 6th, West Central High School. 1 p.m. June 25th is St. Dom's High School. 2 p.m. June 26th, David Thompson High School. Each invitation comes with a request for the attending counselor to deliver a brief address to the graduating class. As per council's policy, one counselor per ceremony is authorized to attend.
Okay. So we can quickly go through the list here and see who's available and at these particular times. So we can do the council appointments right now if that works. Or should we wait till, can we wait? Oh, we can't wait till next week. I was gonna say Councillor Cermak's here at that point in time, and maybe he may have, I don't know what his calendar is. Pardon me? An either or, yeah, we could do either or. We could have an alternate just in case, sure. May 30th, Caroline. I know 3 of us aren't here, so that would leave either
Myself or
Brian, yeah.
Okay.
So could be Councillor Gibson and Councillor Cermak. Okay. I would just say email both. June 5th, Vicious Outreach. What do we have available for that?
I'm available. It looks like June 5th if.
Okay. Okay.
Unless somebody else
Okay.
wanted to do it, it looks like I'm
Council-
available
no.
that day.
Okay, Counselor Melhoff for Visions West, June 6th. I have a question in regards, we have a save the date that day for an ICC meeting.
I thought we, sorry, Reeve.
Yep, go
I
ahead.
thought we had said we'd go till, because 2 of the ICC members will be at that graduation.
At that graduation, that's
But I
right.
could have been mistaken, but I thought we had discussed it that day.
That's right. I'm just,
That it would go from 9 till noon and, or 9 till 12:30 or whatever, and
Yes.
give you guys enough time to get to the grad by 1.
that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm available that day. June 25th, we're looking at the Wednesday for St. Dom's. Somebody is not available or available? I know I am not available. Anyone else? I know I am. Okay. If it,
Noon.
I'm not
but
sure.
the evening.
It's 1
It's
PM?
1, so I could do that.
Okay. Okay, I can be a backup too, if something happens, okay? And then, of course, David Thompson. Yep,
I can attend.
Counselor
On
Lougheed?
behalf, or if anybody else wants to.
No.
Wouldn't preclude, I'm already occupying space.
No, that's all right. Okay, so appoint Counselor Lougheed and I don't. Okay. So I think we have all the ones gone. Please continue.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. So the Rocky Museum Log Home Project grand opening. Museum Day takes place May 31st at the Rocky Mountain House Museum from 10 to 3. The museum is also celebrating the grand opening of its Log Home Project with a ribbon cutting ceremony at 1 p.m. An invitation is extended to the Reeve and or designate to be part of the ceremony or designate.
And I won't be available that day. If someone else would like to attend in my place, or just let Jana know. I think that might be the best, work in Ottawa. So maybe Brian, maybe that, let's leave it as an open, those that are available, you can do send on an invite, calendar invite. That would be probably best. Okay.
The Alberta School Board Association, Zone 4, 2025, Edwin Parr and Friends of Education Celebration of Nominees. Red Deer Catholic, Wolf Creek, and Wild Rose School Divisions are members of the ASBA Zone 4. Member school boards are eligible to nominate one individual or organization who meet nominee eligibility criteria for 2 awards. The Edwin Parr Teacher Award, the namesake of past Alberta School Boards Association President Edwin Parr, recognizes outstanding first-year teachers who have demonstrated excellence in teaching quality standard. The Friends of Education Award recognizes individuals or organizations that have shown a commitment to improving education in the community and or made contributions to education in the SBA member school board. The association is hosting a celebration of nominees on May 26th at 5:30 in Innisfail and extends an invitation for councillors to attend. Tickets are $60 each and RSVP is required. Should councillors wish to receive remuneration in attending, authorization is required.
I know I got that invitation directly from Wild Rose School Division because we are a nominee for that evening. So I would like to for sure be in attendance. So if anyone else would like to attend.
I think it would be great, but I don't know if we're doing that for, or just the Reeve, like I don't know what protocol we're going by. I'm happy either way.
I'm trying to think back at the invitation. I thought they said 3. Yeah, 3 at the most, 3 councils or three attendees. Because they're limited for seating, so.
I think so.
So, interest, so Councillor Melhoff's interest, I would like to go. Will you be included? Or you're not sure?
I believe, I know my spouse will be attending that, and I think she's too attached to my arm, I think, and such things, so
Okay.
I think I'm going, and I wouldn't have to fill a council
Okay.
spot for that.
All right. We would need a motion then to approve counselor attendance for that, so. Okay. Okay, Counselor Lahi will make that motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Yes, I
Oh,
figured.
she's opposed.
She's opposed, no.
Oh,
Attendance.
you're carried,
Okay.
okay, good.
All right. Sorry. Okay. So with that, we'll, I believe that's it for your report, CEO Evans. So I'll look for a motion to approve, to accept for information. Thank you, Councillor.
I would make that motion this
Okay.
time.
Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried, thank you. Moving on to the emergency services report for April. Any questions or comments? Not looking for a motion to accept the emergency services report for information. Councillor Ratcliffe. All those in favor? Councillor Gibson, are you in favor? Yep, thank you. Thank you. Moving on to the Planning Emergency Management Services Annual Report. Any comments, concerns on that? If not, looking for a motion to accept for information. Go ahead, Councillor Gibson makes that. Just making sure. Motion. Do you have a comment or question, Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have a comment.
Okay.
Of appreciation for putting this information together and forwarding to us. It helps understand what all is happening in that area.
Okay. So the motion to accept, Councillor Melhoff?
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say the same thing, that like this was very, very valuable. So please pass on to the team, yeah, our appreciation, because very well laid out and gives a really good understanding of things that are happening. So I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of accepting for information? Thank you. Carried. Moving on now to the Rocky Mountain House Airport operations for April. Just looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe makes that motion. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on now to the council remuneration statements. I know I forgot one conference. I forgot to submit my hotel bill, so that'll be coming next month. So, anyway. So adopt as presented. Councillor Melhoff makes that motion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Let's move. They're enclosed. So, anyways, so moving on now to councillor verbal reports. We do have a 2 o'clock closed delegation, yes. So, go ahead, Division 1.
Thank you, Eve. So it's been a very, very busy couple of weeks, or is it just me who's been feeling that? I believe it feels like a year ago, but we met with Central Medical Affairs, and several action items were coming out of that meeting. I won't specify just because I don't know how much of it we're actually allowed to say, but I do believe that was productive, and as long as the action items coming out of that meeting actually take place, I think that there's some bright changes that are potentially happening in our community around the hospital and our community's wellness. Had broadband public meetings. I was a little bit disappointed in the turnout, but overall, it was great having the opportunity to meet with people and try to explain the program and hear their feedback on that. We also had the opportunity to participate in the Town of Rocky Mountain Houses Recreation Master Plan. We had a meeting with their consultant to try to discuss some of our thoughts on recreation within the town. It did seem like the scope of that plan right now is just within the town and not regional in base, but which we did express. We had a hope that it would look at a more holistic regional approach. So we'll see if they can do a little bit of shifting to include that. Also attended the CPAA conference. Such a good conference. I reiterate again that I think that the planning staff and our municipal planning commission and potentially even our subdivision appeal boards should attend this conference. I got a lot of value out of it, and in the interest of time, it might be best that I just send it to any of my notes to the people that are interested in it. But one of the ones that I really enjoyed the most was the breakout regarding communication, and how the expert talking about it actually suggested that IAP2, which is the one that the communication, it's not a program, communication strategy that we utilize, and many governments do, was actually never made for local government. And he's working on ways to build communication plans that are more based on local decision making rather than this particular model, which was really based on larger governments or larger entities. So I really valued that, and especially since we're doing a communications audit, I found it really poignant that perhaps that's something we need to discuss, that maybe IAP2 doesn't fit necessarily with our goals anymore, and we can always just strive to get better at communicating with our residents. The liability and planning workshop was really good as well, and again, I can just send my notes. The Healthcare Skills Day, May 1st with the high school. Thank you very much to the Reeve and the acting mayor for attending and bringing greetings on behalf of the town and the county. Very well received by those students. Really engaged students, getting the opportunity to do suturing on pig hawks, getting to do IOs, which is drilling into bones to give IVs. Those ones were pretend bones. They got to practice IVs, they got to practice airway basic and advanced adjuncts. They got to play in the ambulance and our fire services came in and did practice with spinal motion restriction, putting the students on spine boards and them getting to put each other on them. And it was just a really good day all around. And thank you for RPAP for providing us with that grant, and I think that we'll try to find a way to make that an annual thing, even though we only qualify for the grant every 2 years. It was so well received that we might try our best to get sponsorship from the community to try to do it more often. It was a really good day. Highway cleanup, thank you to all of the volunteer groups that participated provincially and municipally for highway cleanup. Our roads truly look much better after that is done. I know I myself did several kilometers as well. Well, not myself, I did it with my family in a group, but it was a really good day. McHappy Day also, so fun, always. And I am not a drive-through attendant, but I got to do it for a little while that day, and it's stressful, but we did reach #1. You compete with all of the other McDonald's across central Alberta. We did hit #1 once while I was there, but averaging #7. So I'm like, apparently I'm slow. So we averaged #7, but we did hit #1 once when it was just coffees I had to hand out. I did my best to stop by the EAT tour as well, the educational agricultural tour that they do for grade 4 students. The Ag Services group here locally and the Ag Society does an amazing job of that. And I always enjoy going, and the kids just get so much out of it, and really getting a chance to go to the farm and learn directly from the farmers how their food is produced and what farming truly is. You just cannot duplicate that in a classroom. I can't remember how many years they've been doing it, but it's a long time, and it's really good. Land use bylaw open houses, 9 of them, and I did every single one of them, and it was great. I actually love the feedback at the land use bylaw open houses, good and bad, and I really am looking forward to seeing the changes be adopted or be looked at in the draft. The Emergency Management Committee meeting, got a chance to meet with our brethren at the Summer Village of Burnstick Lake and work on that plan and make revisions to bring together the newly formed municipality rather than having the Village of Caroline as a separate entity, so that was good. Congratulations to Charlotte Small on their recreational opening. Thank you very much for inviting me. It was a good day wrangling my children around your guys' new rec area, and you guys really handed out big, huge pieces of cake, by the way. I don't know that my kids needed that much sugar that day. And strat planning, we were all there yesterday. And then last night I attended the Ag Society, the Caroline Ag Society meeting. That is a busy little board. This is only only the second time I've attended their meetings because I'm only the alternate. Wow, they are busy. So they're looking forward to offering pickleball within the community because it's a growing sport. So they're gonna find ways to do that. They're working on their Canada Day plans because it's gonna be a big day there as well. They're looking at revamping some of the dressing rooms. They're looking at solutions for ice plants, and there's so much going on in that community. I do have a question though, and I'll follow it up with an email to administration, but now that we are an amalgamated municipality, there seems to be a little bit of overlap now because the Caroline Ag Society used to be responsible for recreation grants within the village only, and the Raven Recreational Board was responsible for recreation grants outside of the village. Now that there is no line between the village and the county, because we're all one, there's an overlap now. So I'll send an email with regards to that, but I'm hoping that we can figure out how we're gonna manage that so that it's not a potential double dip error or people don't have to apply in 2 different places, making it easier and reducing some red tape so we can try to figure out that. I really apologize for taking so much of everybody's time, but it's been a very busy few weeks.
Perfect. Any questions for Councillor Melhoff? Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I would concur with Councillor Melhoff that it's truly been a whirlwind over the last couple of weeks. I'm looking at my calendar here and it's totally blue, and each day is stacked up with multiple events. So it's good to be busy. I know in our personal life, spring is a busy time of year to start with, so appreciate everybody that was involved in the public engagement sessions over the last weeks. To come out and really share their feelings, ask a few questions, and give us the feedback we need to make sound and good decisions for our community. Lots of good positive feedback on the broadband public engagement. People are excited about the work that's being done and when can they get hooked up. That's the big question, the big takeaway from that. Of course, moving into the public engagement around the land use bylaw, very important to get that feedback. Just to understand where the community is on many of the issues there. I was very encouraged with the turnout and the quality of questions that were brought forward. I think it's totally possible for us as a council or as a steering committee to be able to incorporate much of what was heard there in a document that's going to serve our community in the very immediacy, I believe. And I think we can work forward to a successful conclusion of that this term. Ultimately, yeah, many other community events, Councillor Melhoff did mention Charlotte Small opening there for the redevelopment of the ball diamond and the skating rink and some of the other recreational facilities that were displaced by the new footprint of the Charlotte Small School in Condor. So it was great to see that officially open and people get a chance to see what's there and maybe just understand how a community comes together and can make a better facility within the community, and many partners to help us to do that. Also, I would just give a little tip of the hat to the David Thompson Rec Board, extremely active group. They've got many diverse community projects going forward, the excitement for another building year where they take care of some of those projects and support minor athletic endeavors throughout the community. So it was great to be involved with hearing those reports around the overall David Thompson Rec Board area. And I think maybe I'll just cut it short there and allow the balance of council to share on their busy 2 weeks too.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. Any questions? No. Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, it has been a busy last couple of weeks for sure. I did attend the the CPAA conference. The law seminar was good regarding defamation claims, and I also enjoyed the presentation regarding oil and gas and natural resources by David Yarger. There's still lots of natural resources here in Alberta and in our region. I attended a Alberta Municipal Climate Leadership Action Committee, and just how important land use planning is, even to plan for proper transit to allow for pedestrian-friendly communities, reduces pollution, you have fewer accidents, gives residents more convenience to amenities, and yeah, so it just really highlighted the long-term planning is very important. I also attended a conference in Newfoundland for Community Futures. I was there for a few days. It was a really neat conference. There was 203 of 267 offices across the country that attended. There was over 900 people in attendance. The conference was over $1 million to host. And Sheena Johnson, she was one of our board members. She actually carried our Alberta flag at the opening ceremonies. So that was nice to see. Newfoundland, or St. John actually, is it's the oldest city in North America, but yet Newfoundland is the youngest province in Canada. So, yeah. There was, at the opening ceremonies as well, there was the Lieutenant Governor opened, she had a really nice speech, and I didn't know the saying, but it was long may your big jib draw. And it was, so may the wind be in favor of your sails. There was lots of history. What I noticed about the community was it was very clean. There was lots of propane tanks. There was lots of fuel oil tanks beside people's houses, and there's no 10-foot minimum spacing as the propane tanks are beside the houses. And the large majority of houses are heated by electric heat. There's no natural gas there. Actually, even the rock that is there is very hard to mine or build anything with. So a lot of the original sailors that came from, that originally landed there, they would bring brick as ballast in their ships, and then they would take back cod.
Take back what, sorry?
Cod.
Okay.
Cod. Yeah, it's cod. C-O-D, cod, fish. Yeah. David Doyle from the band Great Big Sea, he was one of the presenters there as well. He spoke lots about the history and the community and the life on the East Coast. So that was quite neat. Really through some of the tours that I did there, really did bring to importance the value of the land that we do have here in this region is we do actually have soil. The area there is, it's beautiful, but it's all rock. It's lots of rock. What else do we got here? I could probably talk longer, but it was, everything was nice, neatly planned. It was clean. Industry is with industry. Residential is with residential. Very little homeless. They do have problems with getting to have a family doctor, walk-in clinics. Their wait times are long as well. So I asked a few people just randomly here and there if they thought they would like a Newfoundland as calling campaign, similar to what the Alberta calling campaign. And the general consensus was no. They don't have the infrastructure to have, or have a desire to have a Newfoundland as calling campaign. So that wasn't a very, wouldn't go very positive there with the community. And I think that's my report.
Okay, thank you. Well, you didn't come back with a dialect, so I think you're good. Awesome. Kiss the cod?
So screech, I drank the rum, but there was about, I don't know how many people were ahead of me, probably a couple hundred that kissed the same cod. So I passed on that part. I drank the rum though. Yeah.
Fair enough, good. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Yes, busy. The meeting we had with, the meeting with Central Medical, our two councils, our council and the town work together so well. It's an indication of what could be for regional cooperation. Then I also attended the Community Planning Association Conference, and I have a few key takeaways I'm going to share. That regulations should be implementable and practical, and to establish performance indicators and monitor them. And big one, get out of your own way. And the first morning was a training session that I had some of the best information there, that the land use bylaw is our day-to-day rule book. It's our most important and most forward-facing document. A comment was that if we have no intent or capacity to enforce a regulation, remove it. And then there was a housing affordability breakout session from Build Alberta, pointing out that 20% of the construction labor force is expected to be retiring in the next 5 years. And there's just a loss of senior people to train junior ones. And was promoting the idea that we need to have introductions to trades in both middle school and high school. As another comment, that investment in Alberta has moved north. And this has implications for our long-term sustainability, as most of our services are provided on oil, gas, or on industry. There's another session on municipal motivation that talked about leadership committing to positive change for the betterment of people, and that a positive culture with an effective process equals high performance. And to be open to disruption and change. And another breakout session was economic development and planning collaboration. That economic development should be woven through the entire organization. It should be a part of the culture. And there's always the talk of the chicken and the egg. Do we build housing and hope industry comes, or do we try and attract industry and do the rest? But and the answer to that question was build the engine first. Build the community driver, and then you build out the rest of the community and the community facilities to support it. And a simple statement that competitive broadband service is critical. Otherwise, you'll be left behind. There was another session on public engagement as a planning tool. Misinformation spreads 70% faster than fact. And unfortunately, 44% of people get their information from social media. So that's one of the challenges our communications people face. Very important, make it easy to find and easy to read. And another session was around revitalizing Alberta's hamlets. That some of this, I think, bears on Caroline, where these hamlets are focusing on their history as a redevelopment and promoting their heritage. Specific approaches are to simply clean up the community, to have organized events where brush can be hauled away or dealt with and garbage cleaned up. And, you know, to make it a place, it has so that the town or the hamlet culture becomes something that people want to become involved in. And also have community workshops and develop goals for the community, just to organize a move forward. May 1st, I attended a fire committee meeting in Nordegg, where the province and regional fire outlined the Fire Smart and Fire Guard work and plans, and also explained the wildfire readiness to protect Nordegg. It was quite good. I learned a lot. With the rest of council, or most of council, I attended the land use bylaw hearings. There was a lot of great feedback, very strong feedback on changes people wanted, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. Last Friday, I attended a community barbecue in Ferrier. We had several new families. It was great to see the kids running around playing together. And then I attended the trade fair with town council. Had the opportunity to take some surveys, ask people questions that came through. And so one of my questions was if council should go into debt to finance part of our projects, and that wasn't popular. And talked a bit about priorities. And then yesterday, with the rest of you, we had the strategic planning. That is my report.
Perfect. Sounds like that planning conference was really, really good, so that's great. Councillor Lyon.
I was just going to comment that I appreciate your comment around economic development and how it's kind of a chicken and egg type thing. If we're in doubt, more chickens, more eggs, and we get to the goal that much faster. So.
Awesome. Councillor Gibson.
Okay, I'm gonna make mine really brief by just saying what I attended. So the 23rd, I attended the Central Zone Medical meeting. Then the 24th, broadband public engagement. Found it really interesting and a lot of questions were asked. A lot of misunderstanding was cleared up. Then I attended the recreational master plan worksheet that we did. On the 28th, attended the Community Planning Association. Very rewarding conference, and I feel that more of the planners should maybe be able to attend it because I think they would have gotten a lot out of it. Attended Rocky Library meeting on the 30th. Advocacy plans for upcoming election. Plan of service, annual review, collaboration with Paraland or the regional library system. And Finance Committee will meet on Wednesday, the 14th. Then 22nd, attended another broadband meeting. Then attended the land use bylaw meetings. I attended all but the one at the Frisco Hall. The 9th, Regional Emergency Management Committee with Burn Stickley. Strategic planning was on the 12th. Tomorrow I have the Rocky Library Finance and I have FCSS. So my time is not finished yet. Yes.
Perfect. And that is it. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll make this mine very succinct. After the meeting on the 22nd of April, the 23rd, I attended the Risk Pro conference. So very interesting speakers. The first note was the Prairie Storm Chasers. I will tell you right now, do not eat a hailstone because a hailstone actually is either the nuclei of a bug or dirt. So don't eat hailstones. That was my biggest takeaway. And I didn't know that vegetation sweats, but vegetation does sweat, and that is a key indicator when looking for climatic, when they're looking for a tornado. So that was one of the 4. So that was very interesting. talked about waivers in regards to parks and recreation, and especially in regards to online kiosks. The kiosk will often take your picture, so when you're signing in, it's a way of protection. And one question was in regards to beer leagues, and make sure that they have all their names added to them, to the insurance list for the insurance policy. Understand that when we're managing our additional named insureds, they gave a story about a curling rink that all of a sudden turned into a gun club, like to please monitor what your community halls are doing, change of use, so always be looking at that. Playgrounds, put signage, please put like the contact info and how to, the exact location for an emergency, not just we're here, they would like that. They also talked about special events, getting that license. They make it very easy to get it online because they give an example of a hypnotist, the guy who does the hypnotizing, whatever it is. He said, yeah, 4 days later, there was a death and it was due to that event. So you may want to have that liability insurance for coverage for something like that. They had bid on cyber insurance, talked about wildfire. Clearwater County was ranked amongst 12 other municipalities in regards to our community scorecard for the wild card. I did pass those on to Courtney and Bonnie that were in attendance, so they can share that with that department. Also attended on the 25th with you all, the Rocky Seniors Housing had a meeting with Minister Nixon in regards to the clarification in regards to the affordable housing grant. So what that looked like with changing federal ministers, et cetera. So, and then joined you guys for the last half hour, I believe, for that Rocky Recreation consultant online. As well as the broadband open houses and the LUB open houses. I did attend the Alberta Aviation Airspace Defense and got to listen to the president of Boeing, the president of, it's the German company, and I'm gonna butcher the name. No, not De Havilland, it's Lufthansa Technik, they're out of Germany. They do the engine repair for all the big planes, and they're also a testing facility. July 2nd, they're opening up a training center specifically for aviation mechanics. Their first intake is 160 applicants, so that will be good. They did talk about the fact that there's now, because the aviation is changing, they call them flying whales, which is the blimps. The blimps are actually coming back. And so anyways, there's the big blimps. Yeah, they're actually coming back. Yep, they're coming back in Ontario right now. So anyways, that was very interesting. So, so with that, that was like I say, a very interesting conference. And then last night I attended, this is something different. I went to that water availability public engagement last night in Red Deer. So they're not, they gave what the act itself is open up, the Water Act is open itself, so they're not changing the Water for Life, but there is, you know, they give some what they're seeking information on. There's 4 different sections. The one that I found the most interesting was the alternative water sources. So they do ask questions in regards to wastewater, rainwater, stormwater, and return flow. So anyways, the survey is online, and feel free to answer the questions there. That will be on till June the 20th and going from there. So yes, so that's it for my report for now. If you want some other details on how not to eat a hailstorm, I would be glad to fill you out. Don't collect those suckers, even if they fall and they're this big. So don't put them in your, don't use them as ice in your glass, basically, is what they were talking to. So anyway, all right. So with that, I'll just look for a motion to accept the verbal reports. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? Thank you. I am going to pause the next session for correspondence because we do have a delegation here and we're already late. So for a closed session, so I'll look for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you. So we've just come out of our closed session, and we are going to quickly take a 5-minute break. All right, welcome back from our quick break. We just previously came out of closed session, and there is a motion coming out of closed session. And so I will turn it over to Councillor Ratcliffe for that motion, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I move that council directs administration to proceed with the land swap as per option 1, lot R1 and lot 1, providing a portion of lands within the legal description described as Plan 4622KS, lot P19, the park reserve for continued use as the Tay River Provincial Recreation Area.
Thank you for the motion. Any other further discussion on the motion? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question. I agree with the motion. But will the background, once the motion is done, either passed or defeated, will the background become available to the general public? Because without the background, this motion means very, very little, and then the people don't actually know what we're voting on. So then once we made a decision, does the background become public?
CEO Emmons?
With council's permission, yes, otherwise no.
Okay, because it makes sense that it would become public. Like, I get why it couldn't until a decision has been made one way or the other. Once a decision's made, it would make sense that it would be made public.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other further comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So then does that require a motion to make the background that is available to give public? Then I would make the motion for, to release the background publicly to what is possible to be released publicly.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion? I agree. It's been something that once the background is disclosed, people will understand why we did what we did. So otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Exactly. So anyways. All right, see no other comments or questions. All those in favor? And that is carried as well. Thank you. Oh, okay, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And I would also move that we direct administration to work with the province on other options for collaborative land swaps that will serve our community.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Okay. Councillor Northcott?
I don't know how, the broadness of that motion, and there's not, it just seems quite broad. I don't really understand what's intended by that.
Councillor Melhoff?
I left it that way intentionally because anything that they do come up with or ideas that between our administration and the province they come up with, they have to come back to us anyway. So I didn't want to pigeonhole the province or administration into a specific direction. But if they can find solutions like this that serve our community, I'm sure there's other options that they can come up with as well. So I left it broad intentionally because the information comes back to us and we still get to make a decision one way or the other no matter what.
Councillor Northcott?
Okay, I see your intent. However, with such a broad, that could lead to a massive amount of workload for staff if it was interpreted, into a way of that in my opinion, could lead to a massive amount of work that's unnecessarily needed, where when these items are needed, they just like they did today, they came to council. So I think that I understand the motion. I think those efficiencies are often being worked on as needed, so I don't think I'll support the motion just for those reasons.
Okay. All right, any other further comment? And I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, I believe that's it for closed session. So anyways, any motions in there? So we'll move back into the agenda. We had left out before we went into closed session, section 8, which is correspondence. We have some items in there and looking to, for any conversation. I know for myself on 8.1, I would respectfully like to add that item come back at the May 27th meeting. I know for myself, being a part of the bid committee back for the 2026 games when the town and ourselves were putting together. I was part of that committee. I would like to dig out my notes and look to see some what more we could have a more wholesome discussion with the council on because we do have a timeline for that particular item. So if we could bring that back on the 27th. Anything else on that one? Oh, also wanted to mention on 8.3 in regards to the town of Rocky Mountain House request for a regional housing study. As mentioned at the end of that letter was please reach out. The administrations reach out. Maybe perhaps CO Emmons could reach out to CO Kraus and brings back some more information on what that would look like as well. So item 8.3. Just to bring back some more details of what that would look like. And I'll reiterate, as of 8.4, I did attend that water availability engagement last night in Red Deer, and if you get a chance to participate in that online, highly recommend it. So. And there's any other comments or questions? Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you, Eve. Just curious if we are gonna do a collaborative letter that is coming out of the resulting meeting that we had with Dr. Hoffman and Dr. Jameson, as being requested by the town of Rocky Mountain House.
And I will look to you, being as how I was not part of that meeting with that particular day. If that's something that the Balance Council would like to do, I would absolutely support that.
Yeah, I would love to see us do exactly what they're requesting us to do, for us to do a joint letter. Essentially, requesting the actual action on some of the items that were discussed that day, and I think that we can even add a couple of things to the list in that letter as well. I think that we can work collaboratively on building a joint letter to go out if possible. Do we need a motion to that effect? Please. Okay, then I would make the motion that we work collaboratively on a joint letter as outlined from the letter from the mayor and council from the town.
Okay, thank you. Any questions in regards to that? I would imagine we will get a draft before endorsements, so council will be able to see that draft before it goes out. So, all right. All those in favor of a joint letter? Okay, that is carried. Anything else on your correspondence? If not, would look for a motion to accept the correspondence as presented. Okay, Councillor Lougheed makes that motion. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. No notice of the motion today, and just the final item, which is adjournment. We'd like to take that motion. Okay, Councillor Northrop makes that motion. All in favor? Right, thank you.